Chapter 2749. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was not without danger. If one was not careful, one could be killed by the impact of world energy. Many cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source Realm not only failed to break through to the Emperor realm, but also died. One had to know that Wu Dao died at the threshold of breaking through to the Dao Source Realm. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest cultivator in the Hongluo star field, but even he died at the threshold of the Dao Source Realm. The danger of breaking through to the Emperor realm was even greater. Haha, Martial Nephew Yang, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the Spirit Lake Palace today. A person's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head and saw an old man about 50 years old. His complexion was ruddy, his hair was white, but his complexion was youthful. His vitality was vigorous, and his whole body emitted a vigorous aura. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai understood at a glance. However, as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he gave off a stronger aura than most cultivators in the same realm. Not to mention the various foundations he possessed, just his aura alone was not something Lu Dongzheng could compare to. Yang Kai estimated that if this old man and Lu Dongzheng were to fight one-on-one, the outcome would be decided in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Senior is... Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The old man stroked the beard on his chin and smiled. This old man is Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Yao Li. Yang Kai didn't know many people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Other than Chen Wenhao, there was Wu Chong. Yang Kai didn't know anyone else, but since Yao Li was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he should be an elder in Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Elders were respected, so Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be negligent. So, it's Elder Yao. Yang Kai greets Elder Yao. Martial Nephew doesn't need to be so polite. Sit. Yao Li smiled and gestured. Immediately, a delicate and pretty young girl served them tea. Yao Li looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly quite interested in him. After all, this person had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and was most likely an Emperor Realm alchemist. Unfortunately, he wasn't from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Suddenly, his eyes turned. He looked at Bian Yuqing and said, "This is my cousin." Yang Kai said casually. Bian Yuqing stood up and said, "This concubine greets Elder Yao." Although she and Kai Yang had not discussed this beforehand, Bian Yuqing's performance was watertight. For better or worse, she had wandered the outside world for many years, so she wasn't someone a simple little girl could compare to. So it's Martial Nephew Yang's cousin. Have a seat. Yao Li was rather amiable. Bian Yuqing couldn't help feeling a little flattered. Before today, people like Yao Li were high and mighty figures she had to look up to. This was something that couldn't be changed even if she had broken through to the Emperor realm. But now, because of his relationship with Yang Kai, he could actually sit here and drink tea with him. An extremely absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. It seemed that after meeting Yang Kai again, his fate had taken a huge turn. I heard from the disciples that Martial Nephew Yang is here to requisition a cultivation area. Yao Li didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Although Yang Kai looked extraordinary, he was an elder of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so naturally there was no need for flattery. Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. May I ask if Elder Yao has any of those cultivation areas that are not open to the public? Yao Li frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, Martial Nephew Yang, do you want to use this cultivation area for yourself, or? He glanced slightly at Bian Yuqing. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Yao Li could guess why Yang Kai had brought Bian Yuqing here. Yang Kai said truthfully, my cousin's cultivation has reached the peak of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. If there is a suitable place for seclusion, she may be able to try to break through a bit. Yao Li nodded. Sure enough. After a pause, he said, Martial Nephew Yang, to tell you the truth, those cultivation areas that are not open to the public are originally prepared for core disciples like you. But you came at a bad time today. Those cultivation areas are full. If you want to use it yourself, I will arrange for someone to make room for you without any hesitation. But it's someone else who wants to use it, which makes it very difficult for me. It's full? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Lake Palace was extremely rich, and those cultivation areas were also extraordinary, but compared with the cultivation areas of the top 3 sects, it was almost the same. Why did the disciples of the top 3 sects come to the Spirit Lake Palace instead of cultivating in their own homes? It's indeed full. Yaoli nodded seriously. Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. He thought that there must be a vacant cultivation area here, so he directly sold Bian Yuqing's green jade token. Now that there was no vacant space here, wouldn't he let Bian Yuqing get nothing? Yaoli said, "Martial nephew Yang, how about this? Although those top cultivation areas are full, I can arrange a heaven-level cultivation area for you. What do you think? The heaven-level cultivation area is not bad. Many disciples of the Emperor Realm are waiting in line. If your cousin secludes herself in it, she will definitely gain something." Now that things had gotten to this point, Kaiyang didn't have any better ideas. He couldn't really ask Yaoli to come out and vacate one of the top secret cultivation rooms. Those who could cultivate in the top secret cultivation rooms were all disciples of the 3 great sects, so no one's status was worse than anyone else. If he really did this, not to mention whether Yaoli would agree or not, it might even cause conflicts between the sects. What's more, as an elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Yaoli talked to Yang Kai with a sincere attitude, so Yang Kai didn't continue to insist. "How long do I have to wait?" Yang Kai asked. Yaoli smiled and said, "Today is fine." This was cutting the line, and there was no need for the red jade token. From this point of view, Yang Kai's green sun golden token was still very useful. "Cousin, what do you think?" Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and asked. Bian Yuqing said, "It's up to you." She just wanted to wait 2 months to enter the earth-level cultivation area. Now that there was a heaven-level cultivation area, and she didn't need to wait in line, naturally she was very happy. Seeing that Bian Yuqing didn't have any opinion, Yang Kai thought that this was the only way. When he was about to agree, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. "Is there no extra cultivation area?" "No, I remember there is one." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. When he looked up, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, standing there with a cynical smile on his face. "Brother Xia." Yang Kai quickly got up and looked at Xia Sheng with some surprise. "Why are you here?" Xia Sheng was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was promoted to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Now, he was also an influential figure in the Southern Territory. In time, he would definitely have no problem reaching the Second Order Emperor Realm, and even the Third Order was expected. Yang Kai didn't expect to see him here and was pleasantly surprised. On the contrary, Yao Li's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as he picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. "Brother, I am one of the 3 great stewards of this Spirit Lake Palace. I am here all year round." Xia Sheng walked up with a smile. "One of the 3 great stewards?" Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it, he immediately understood. The Spirit Lake Palace was jointly managed by the 3 great sects, so naturally, each of them had to have a steward in charge to prevent their disciples from being treated unfairly here. At the same time, they could also monitor the income. When the heavenly martial Holy Land disciple brought Yang Kai in, he only said that he was looking for the steward master, and then Yao Li appeared. Yang Kai didn't think much about it, and only thought that Yao Li was in charge of the Spirit Lake Palace. Now, after hearing Xia Sheng's words, he knew that wasn't the case. "The temple master is actually willing to let you out." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Sheng said, "I just broke through to the Emperor Realm not long ago. The temple master said that I needed to experience the mortal world and stabilize my cultivation, so I was sent here." As he spoke, he had a bitter look on his face, as if this was a hard job. "How are the temple master and Elder Gao now?" Yang Kai asked. "They are all good. But you, little brat, haven't returned to the sect for many years." Yang Kai said awkwardly, "I was busy with worldly affairs, so I was planning to go back in a few days." Xia Sheng suddenly lowered his voice. "When you go back, you have to avoid Elder Gao. Elder Gao said that if she sees you again, she will definitely teach you a lesson." "That's not necessary." Yang Kai's forehead instantly sweated. Xia Sheng gloated. "Anyway, that's what Elder Gao said." Elder Gao's temper. He couldn't help but shudder as he spoke. "By the way, I have some bad news for you. Elder Gao broke through to the Second Order Emperor Realm 2 years ago, so even if you are also an Emperor Realm Master, you definitely won't be able to beat her." Elder Gao broke through? Yang Kai was surprised, but immediately felt happy for Gao Shueting. The last time he saw her was in the Eastern Territory, trapped in a medicine garden inside a sealed world. At that time, she was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so he didn't expect her to break through so quickly. Good luck? Xiaosheng patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a look of pity on his face. By the way, brother, you just said that the cultivation area is not full. What do you mean? Kai Yang furrowed his brow. Yao Li had said it all, but now Xiaosheng had come up with a different explanation. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Xiaosheng smiled slightly, looked at Yao Li and said, there are a total of 9 top secret cultivation sites. Each of our 3 sects has 3. My Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 secret sites. How come I don't know when the last one was used? Steward Yao, may I ask which disciple of my temple is in retreat there? Yang Kai heard this and frowned even more. Although he knew that the Spirit Lake Palace had special cultivation areas reserved for the disciples of the 3 great sects, he didn't know that there were such rules. And looking at the attitude of Xiaosheng and Yao Li, it seemed that there was some conflict between the two. Yao Li patted his forehead and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Steward Xia, if you didn't mention this old master would have forgotten that your Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 of the 3 cultivation areas. I'm really old and confused. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and the good impression he had of Yao Li disappeared in an instant. Chapter 2750. If it weren't for Xiaosheng's sudden appearance today and telling the truth, he would have been led by the nose by Yao Li and even had to be grateful to him. Although the top secret cultivation areas were not too different from Heaven Grade, and were only a little better, for someone who hoped to break through to the Emperor Realm, this little difference was the difference between success and failure. This kind of thing could not be sloppy. Martial Nephew Yang, this old master was so busy today that he actually forgot that there was still 1 secret area left in your Azure Sun Temple. It's my fault, Yao Li said with a look of self-blame. But how could this kind of thing be wrong? There were only 9 top secret cultivation areas. It was impossible for someone from the Emperor Realm to not remember this. Yang Kai said with a cold face, it's good that Steward Yao remembered. Yao Li said, it's just that these 9 secret areas can only be used by the disciples of the 3 great sects. Those who are not disciples of the 3 great sects can't enter them. Steward Xia is also clear about this. If you want to let your eldest cousin enter seclusion, I'm afraid it's still not possible. I'll use it myself, Yang Kai said, turning to look at Xiaosheng and asked, this time, I want to bring my eldest cousin in as a protector. Is there a problem? Xiaosheng grinned and said, there's definitely no problem. He turned to look at Yao Li and said, Steward Yao, I still need you to arrange this matter. He directly ordered Yao Li, and Yao Li did not show the slightest displeasure. He nodded and said, this old master will arrange it now. Saying so, he turned and walked out. Yang Kai stared at his back with a slightly gloomy gaze. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he met Xiaosheng here today. Otherwise, he would have been fooled by this Yao Li. Are you curious why this old man listened to me? Xiaosheng asked with a smile, as if he had guessed the doubts in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai nodded. Xiaosheng said, under normal circumstances, the 9 top secret areas can't be filled up. Most of the disciples of the 3 major sects will cultivate in seclusion in their own sects, but this secret area is empty, so they will privately sell it to some cultivator who needs it or take care of their own descendants. The remaining secret area of my temple is occupied like this, and I'm usually too lazy to care about this matter. But since Junior Brother wants to use it, we can't let them get away with it. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Let's go. I'll take you there. Xiaosheng called out and took the lead. The 3 of them were halfway through their journey. 2 people walked over. One of them was Yao Li, and the other person behind him had a cultivation base of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and helplessness. When they met, the cultivator glared hatefully at Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing. But he quickly turned his gaze away. He had spent a lot of effort to buy a place to cultivate in the top secret plane from Yao Li. It was not easy for him to enter a deep level of cultivation, but in less than 10 days, he was suddenly interrupted by Yao Li, who told him that someone wanted to use this secret plane and could no longer cultivate in it. How could he not be annoyed? However, he did not dare to act up. Whether it was Yao Li or Yang Kai, neither of them were people he could easily provoke, so he could only swallow his anger. Needless to say, he was extremely aggrieved. Fortunately, Yao Li had also promised him that if there was an empty secret area, he would continue to cultivate inside. Otherwise, the loss would be too great. The two sides brushed past each other, Yao Li still smiling and nodding to Xia Shang and the others as if nothing had happened. Not long after, the three of them came to a stone door. Xia Shang held a token in his hand and pushed his emperor Qi gently, causing the stone door to open. A light suddenly emerged from the space inside. Like a prairie fire, it quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, the entire stone room was filled with a gentle light. Xia Shang said, under normal circumstances, everyone can cultivate in a secret area for a month. Even the disciples of our three great sects are no exception to this. However, junior brother, you can use it for 2 months. Yang Kai asked, will this make things difficult for you? Xia Sheng smiled slightly. Their butts are not clean. Brother is not afraid of them. Saying so, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said earnestly, cultivate well, don't mess around. Bian Yuqing's face suddenly became unnatural. How could she not know what Xia Sheng meant? Let's go in. Xia Sheng smiled slightly. Yang Kai cupped his fists and entered the stone room with Bian Yuqing. The stone door closed, isolating this world. What rich world energy! Bian Yuqing walked to the center of the stone room and took a deep breath, her eyes full of shock. She had never felt such rich world energy in her life. Not only was it rich, but it was also extremely pure. Looking around, the entire stone room was filled with world energy visible to the naked eye. It was as if she was immersed in clouds, and every piece of her body exuded a pleasant aura. No wonder the disciples of the great sects could cultivate so quickly. The cultivation environment was different, so naturally, it was not something that the disciples of small sects could compare with. If she cultivated here for 2 months, her 50% chance of breaking through might increase by another 10%. These are for you. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a large pile of source crystals appeared on the ground. Bian Yuqing stared at it and exclaimed, high-rank source crystals. And looking at the number of source crystals in the pile, there were at least 1 million. 1 million high-rank source crystals, that was 100 million mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. Bian Yuqing was stunned by Yang Kai's actions. One had to know that she and Ko Wu had only managed to buy a blue jade token worth 20 million mid-rank source crystals, which was nothing compared to Yang Kai's wealth. It's too much, Bian Yuqing hurriedly said. And didn't you help me sell the blue jade token for 40 million mid-rank source crystals? That's enough. I don't need this. Take it. Yang Kai waved his hand slightly. High-rank source crystals are more effective for cultivation. I can still afford these things. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After meeting Yang Kai this time, she had received too much kindness from him, so she secretly made up her mind to break through to the Emperor realm no matter what. Otherwise, not only would she be letting down the dead Ko Wu, but she would also be letting down Yang Kai. As long as she could break through to the Emperor realm, she would be able to go to his sect to help. Her experience in managing a sect could come in handy. A small sect was not afraid. As long as it developed step by step, there would be a day when it would grow strong. Sitting down cross-legged silently, Bian Yuqing said, I've implicated you and will have to stay here with me for 2 months. Yang Kai smiled and said, this place can't hold me. You should enter seclusion well. I'll come to see you in 2 months. I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward, releasing the power of space principles. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and gently spread out. Yang Kai stepped forward and merged into the ripples, strangely disappearing. Only his words echoed in Bian Yuqing's ears. Don't have any doubts about yourself. Breaking through to the Emperor realm is not as difficult as you think. Bian Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she whispered, Space Divine Technique? With this step, one's whole body strangely disappeared. Undoubtedly, only a cultivator proficient in the Space Divine Technique could do this. This was a legendary technique, and Bian Yuqing never thought that she would one day be able to witness it with her own eyes. After a short while, She suppressed the shock in her heart, calmed her chi, and closed her eyes to meditate. Outside the Spirit Lake City, the space suddenly became distorted and unstable. Then, a figure emerged from the void. A cultivator happened to pass by, and when he saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, so he hurriedly wiped his eyes and looked forward again. However, there was nothing in front of him, as if the person he saw before was just an illusion. The cultivator suddenly became a little suspicious and quickly left this place, not daring to stay any longer. 300 kilometers outside Maplewood City, in front of a quiet manor, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. In front of the manor, a girl about 16 or 17 years old was sweeping the fallen leaves. Her movements were gentle, and her hair was flying in the wind. There were shouts coming from the manor, and it seemed that someone was cultivating. Yang Kai swept the manor with his divine sense and saw the situation in the manor. A big stone was lifted from his heart. This was the Zhang family, Ruoshi's family. After being away for so many years, Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City had undergone great changes. There were countless powerhouses in the vicinity, and there were fights and bloodshed every day. Yang Kai was really afraid that something would happen to the Zhang family. If that were to happen, Ruoshi would definitely be sad. But now, it seems that although the Zhang family didn't have a powerhouse, they were still able to live a peaceful life as usual. Who are you looking for? The girl who was sweeping the floor suddenly saw Yang Kai and was startled. Her big black eyes looked at Yang Kai, and her hands nervously grasped the broom as she asked nervously. It's been almost 10 years since Yang Kai took Ruoshi away from the Zhang family. This girl was now only 15 to 16 years old. Even if she vaguely remembered some of the things that happened back then, it was impossible for her to remember clearly. Naturally, she didn't know Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately showed a harmless smile and said amiably, "I'm looking for old Madame Zhang." "Looking for great-grandmother?" The girl tilted her head and asked. "Yes, please inform her that Yang Kai is asking for an audience." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Although he could enter the Zhang family at will, this was Ruoshi's family, so Yang Kai naturally had to abide by the etiquette. "You are Lord Yang?" The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Yang Kai with surprise and joy. "You remember me?" Yang Kai was a little stunned. The girl shook her head, then nodded. He didn't know what she wanted to say, but her expression was extremely happy. Throwing away the broom in her hand, she went straight to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his arm to pull him into the manor. "Great-grandmother, great-grandmother." The silence of the manor was broken as the girl's clear voice echoed. The manor wasn't too big, so the girl's shout instantly alarmed everyone in the Zhang family. One figure after another flew in from all directions, bringing a burst of flapping sound. Chapter 2751. The girl brought Yang Kai to the courtyard and was immediately surrounded by 10 people from the Zhang family. "Who's there?" Someone shouted loudly with a vigilant look. "Lord Yang, it's Lord Yang." The girl was so excited that she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and kept repeating to the surrounding people, "Little girl, what's with the shouting?" A familiar voice sounded, followed by the sudden appearance of a plump and beautiful woman. Her appearance was vaguely similar to Ruoshi's. "Grandmother, it's Lord Yang." The girl hurriedly shouted. "What Lord Yang?" The beautiful woman frowned slightly and came to the front to take a closer look. She covered her red lips in surprise and joy. "Lord Yang." "Mrs. Zhang, how have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. This beautiful woman was none other than Ruoshi's grandmother, Ning Suwen. Ning Suwen was absent-minded for a long time before she smiled. "Lord Yang is also as elegant as ever." After a pause, she suddenly woke up and said to the girl who grabbed Yang Kai's arm, "Ruoyu, go and ask your grandmother to come out." "Okay." The girl named Ruoyu quickly rushed inside. Ning Suwen looked behind Yang Kai but didn't find the figure she was looking for. Her pretty face changed slightly and she said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang." "Ruoshi?" Yang Kai smiled. "Mrs. Zhang, don't worry. Ruoshi is fine. It's just that she couldn't come this time because of some matters." Hearing Yang Kai say so, Ning Suwen covered her chest with her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of hearing bad news from Yang Kai. When the Zhang family was bullied, it was Yang Kai who came out to save them. Later, Zhang Ruoxi left with Yang Kai for 10 years without any news, so Ning Xuan naturally missed her very much. The outside world was not as peaceful as the Zhang family. Although Kai Yang's performance in the past was not bad, after all these years of broadening their horizons, the Zhang family members also knew that Kai Yang was not that powerful back then. If they really provoked a powerful opponent outside, they were afraid that it would implicate Ruoxi. Fortunately, Yang Kai came and told her that Ruoxi was fine. "Lord Yang, please come in." Ning Xuan felt relieved. She reached out her hand. Although she had a lot of questions, her temperament had become a lot calmer after years of polishing. Naturally, she knew it wasn't a good time to ask. Once the host and guest were seated, tea was immediately served. Before they could say a few words, an old voice suddenly came from the outside. "Lord Yang is here?" Yang Kai hurriedly got up and saw an old woman coming in step by step under the support of Zhang Ruoyu. When the cloudy eyes looked at Yang Kai, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. "It's really Lord Yang. This old woman greets Lord Yang." Yang Kai was shocked and immediately reached out to help her up. He said in a panicked voice, "Old madam, this junior doesn't deserve this. You mustn't." Old Madam Zhang said, "It's only right. If it wasn't for you, the Zhang family would have long been gone. I'm only doing what I was asked to do. There's no need to mention the past again." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He personally helped old Madam Zhang to the head of the table and helped her sit down. Then, he returned to his seat. Ning Xuan quietly watched this scene. The corner of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. Although the Zhang family also agreed to Yang Kai taking Ruoxi away. But everyone knew that when a young man like Yang Kai took a beautiful girl with him, something was bound to happen. It was only a matter of time before Ruoxi was taken in by Yang Kai. In other words, Ning Xuan had long regarded Yang Kai as the son-in-law of the Zhang family. It's just that this son-in-law was stronger than the Zhang family. Although she recognized it in her heart, it wasn't good to show it. Now, looking at it again, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest arrogance. Respecting the old and loving the young, his temperament was very good. "Lord Yang." Old Madam Zhang sat down. Just as she opened her mouth, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Old Madam, you can call me by my name. Don't mention the word master again." Old Madam Zhang said, "How can this be?" Ning Xuan smiled. "Mother, since Yang Kai insists, why do you have to be so estranged?" Hearing this, old Madam Zhang seemed to have understood something and smiled. "Then this old one will take advantage of my seniority. It's only right." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "How is Ruoxi now?" Ning Xuan said. "Yang Kai said before that Ruoxi is fine. Mother, you don't have to worry about her." "Really?" Old Madam Zhang looked at Yang Kai seriously. "Really?" Yang Kai smiled. "It's just that Ruoxi was in closed-door training some time ago. It was inconvenient for her to come out, so she couldn't come back with me this time. It's good that she's fine. It's good that she's fine." Old Madam Zhang's face was filled with relief. "By the way, what's Ruoxi's cultivation level now?" The Zhang family had suffered a loss because they didn't have a master. Although the Zhang family had been conserving their strength over the years and had produced a few disciples with good aptitude, due to the decline of the family, there weren't many resources for them to cultivate. Therefore, their progress was slow and their cultivation wasn't high. On the other hand, Ning Xuan was a little stimulated by the accident that year. Her cultivation had improved a lot, but she was still in the first-order Dao source realm. In the entire Zhang family, except for her, who was in the first-order Dao source realm, there was no other Dao source realm master. Old Madam Zhang was in the Origin King realm, but she was old and her vitality had declined. She couldn't fight at all. In other words, the Zhang family had been supported by Ning Xuan all these years. Ruoxi, she, is in the third-order Dao source realm. Yang Kai thought about it, but still didn't dare to tell the truth. Ruoxi's current cultivation was really difficult to judge. Before the accident, she was indeed in the third-order Dao source realm, but in the third-order Dao source realm, even the Emperor realm wasn't her opponent. Now that she had inherited the mysterious power of heaven's punishment in the blood door, it was unknown how much she would grow once she came out. As soon as Yang Kai said this, the entire Zhang family's living room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded. There was no joy or excitement, only some distrust. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Kai, it was just that his words were a little too shocking. One had to know that when Yang Kai took Zhang Ruoxi away, she was only in the Origin Returning Realm. After that, there was the Origin King Realm, and then the Dao Source Realm. The gap between the Origin King Realm and the Dao Source Realm was a huge barrier that not everyone could break through. Otherwise, the Zhang family wouldn't have so few Dao Source Realm masters. Even if Ruoxi's aptitude was good, and she really broke through to the Dao Source Realm, it was impossible for her to reach the Third Order Dao Source Realm in 10 years. How could it be possible for someone to grow from the Origin Returning Realm to the Third Order Dao Source Realm in 10 years? Subconsciously, Ning Suwen and old Madame Zhang felt that Yang Kai was comforting them. Ruoxi really is in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai saw their distrust and said solemnly. Ning Suwen and old Madame Zhang glanced at each other before asking, Yang Kai, what is your cultivation? Yang Kai didn't answer. He just pushed his Emperor Qi, and a clear Emperor intent instantly spread out. The Emperor Realm, Ning Suwen exclaimed. The other Zhang family juniors also instantly widened their eyes. The Emperor Realm in the flesh. Although there were many masters in the Emperor Realm in Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City, these masters weren't people they could meet whenever they wanted. Now, there was actually an Emperor Realm master sitting in the Zhang family's living room. So, you should believe me now, right? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Fortunately, he didn't tell the truth. Otherwise, the Zhang family would probably suspect that there was something wrong with his head. Ruoxi, is she really in the Third Order Dao Source Realm? Ning Suwen asked in a trembling voice. If Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, then it wasn't impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to be in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. It's absolutely true. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Good, good, good. God bless my Zhang family. The Zhang family finally has a Third Order Dao Source Realm. Ning Suwen's excited expression was overflowing with words. Even the white-haired old Madame Zhang showed a happy expression. The Zhang family juniors standing in the living room were even more fascinated. The Third Order Dao Source Realm, in their opinion, was an unreachable existence. The Zhang family actually had one, and it was an existence of the same generation as them. Especially the girl named Zhang Ruoyu. The burning light in her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to melt ice. The main reason I came to the Zhang family this time is to discuss something with you. Yang Kai waited for them to calm down a little before opening his mouth to speak. Tell us, as long as it's not too difficult, our Zhang family will agree, Ning Suwen hurriedly said. There was nothing they could do if they didn't agree. How could they refuse a request from the Emperor Realm so casually? Yang Kai said, I want to take you to a place. Where? Ning Suwen was stunned. My sect. Yang Kai said, it's safe there, and the cultivation environment is no worse than the Spirit Lake Palace. If you go there, you won't have to worry about your cultivation life anymore. There will be people there to guide the Zhang family disciples in cultivation, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. With every sentence Yang Kai said, the eyes of the young Zhang family disciples brightened up a little. All of them were looking forward to it. Yang Kai's words were like a picture scroll unfolding in front of them. The picture scroll was full of beautiful futures. There's such a place. Ning Suwen was slightly absent-minded. Ruoxi is there too? Old Madame Zhang asked. Not now, but in the future, Yang Kai said. Good, this old one agrees. Yang Kai, how can my Zhang family not appreciate your kindness? Ning Suwen nodded after a moment of silence. If it's really as good as Yang Kai described, then there's naturally a lot of benefits. Although the Zhang family is now in a remote corner of the world, but in recent years there have been too many strong cultivators coming in from Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City. Any one of them has the ability to destroy the Zhang family. If they continue to stay here without the protection of a strong cultivator, then there's no telling when the disaster will befall them. Chapter 2752. Brother-in-law, take care. Come back soon to pick us up. Zhang Ruoyu's tender voice came from behind. Yang Kai, who was flying in the direction of Maplewood City, almost fell from the sky. The Zhang family seemed to really believe that there was something going on between him and Ruoxi. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. After discussing with the Zhang family's old madam, he told them to pack their luggage and prepare to leave at any time. However, Yang Kai still had some things to deal with, so he naturally couldn't leave immediately. He told them to wait at the Zhang family's residence and take them back to the sect after he finished with his trivial matters. Before leaving, Yang Kai left 7 or 8 blood beasts at the Zhang family's residence, just in case. These blood beasts were refined when he was still weak. As his strength increased, they were basically useless. However, they still had the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master, so they would be a great help to the Zhang family. As long as there were no masters from the Emperor Realm to make things difficult for the Zhang family, these blood beasts would be able to resist. Of course, Yang Kai also left his contact information with the Zhang family. If something really happened, Yang Kai would know immediately. Maplewood City. It had been a few years since he had last seen it. Now that he had stepped foot in it again, it was truly different. Just like in Spirit Lake City, Dao Source Realm Masters were common among the cultivator traffic. The Emperor Realm Masters flew high in the sky, and even the law enforcement team could only watch helplessly, not daring to interfere. Yang Kai walked in the direction of the Qin family's residence with ease. A manservant wearing a round hat in front of the door saw Yang Kai striding over and asked respectfully, "Master, who are you looking for?" "Qin Xiaoyang, the patriarch of the Qin family. Please pass on my message," Yang Kai replied. "Looking for the patriarch?" The manservant was startled and asked cautiously, "May I ask how I should address you?" "Tell him that an old friend surnamed Yang is here to visit." The manservant nodded, excused himself, and turned to enter the Qin family's residence. Yang Kai stood outside the door with his hands behind his back. After a long time without any movement, he frowned and swept his divine sense towards the Qin family's residence. Wherever his divine sense passed, everything would be revealed. It wasn't much different from when he had left. The Qin family didn't seem to have benefited much from the rise of Maplewood City. This wasn't surprising, as the Qin family was just a small family to begin with. It was true that Maplewood City had risen, but it wasn't like they could get a piece of the pie just because they wanted to. But overall, the cultivation of the Qin family's cultivator had improved. After all, they had lived here for a long time, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Maplewood City was much denser than before. Qinyu. Yang Kai suddenly found Qinyu in the secret chamber. After not seeing her for a few years, this little girl had actually reached the second-order Dao Source Realm. Her previous weakness had been swept away, and her body had grown a lot. Her cheeks were rosy, and she was currently cultivating in secluded retreat, as expected of the heaven and earth segmented body. Although there was a great calamity, once that calamity was resolved, there would be great good fortune. Qinyu, who was cultivating in secluded retreat, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked directly at Yang Kai through the layers of obstacles. A profound light flashed in those eyes, as if it could see through all illusions and see the essence of things. Fated fortune, heavenly pupil. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly used his divine sense to isolate himself. His entire body turned into nothingness, and he stood there awkwardly while rubbing his nose. If Qinyu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, really found out that he was peeping, he would lose a lot of face. But Qinyu's change still shocked Yang Kai. Not to mention the drastic increase in her cultivation. This fated fortune, heavenly pupil seemed to be extremely mysterious. He was from the Emperor Realm, and his soul cultivation was extremely powerful. Qinyu still found out that he was secretly spying on her. If Qinyu was allowed to grow, her future would be promising. Shifting his divine sense, Yang Kai continued to investigate other places in the Qin family. Inside the secret room, Qinyu frowned slightly, and there was a puzzled look on her face. She clearly felt a probing gaze just now, but when she tried to track it down, she didn't find anything. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that she was just imagining things, and the other was that the person's cultivation was far beyond her imagination. Qinyu guessed that it was the latter possibility. There were masters appearing in Maplewood City from time to time, so it was normal for them to inadvertently investigate. The main thing was that you didn't feel any malicious intent. Since there was no malicious intent, it didn't matter. Master Luo, this Qin really has no other way. Can you give me a few more days? When Yang Kai's divine sense probed a side room, he suddenly found traces of Qin Xiaoyang. But at this moment, he had a bitter look on his face and was pleading with a young man in brocade clothes. The two maidservants next to him stood there with pale faces, trembling in fear. No other way? The young man surnamed Luo looked at Qin Xiaoyang with a sneer. If there's no other way, then think of a way. Steal or rob. You don't need me to teach you this, do you? Qin Xiaoyang's face changed and he whispered, How can this be? How can this be? The young man surnamed Luo snorted heavily. He suddenly pointed at the two maidservants beside him and shouted, Open your dog eyes and see clearly what the two bitches you sent today look like. Are they worthy of serving this young master with their dog-like appearance? The two maidservants with low cultivations instantly turned pale and knelt down, trembling all over, as if they were afraid of this person. Qin Xiaoyang's face was bitter. He was the eldest brother, yet he was being spat on by a junior. He was furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger. In fact, although the two maidservants he brought today weren't very good-looking, they were still delicate and pretty. However, the young man surnamed Luo's requirements were too high. They had to be stunning beauties, and they had to be replaced every day. The Qin family's maidservants who were slightly more beautiful had all been ruined by him. Qin Xiaoyang had also bought some maidservants from ordinary families, but they still couldn't satisfy the young man's needs. It seems that your Qin family doesn't need this young lord's protection. That's fine. This young lord is too lazy to serve you. However, the Qin family's head should know better than me what happened to the Du family. The young man surnamed Luo said as he walked out. Qin Xiaoyang's face changed and he hurriedly stopped him. Master Luo, please wait. The young man surnamed Luo coldly snorted. What else do you have to say? Qin Xiaoyang said with difficulty, Master Luo, please give me 2 more days, no, 1 more day. I'll think of a way to satisfy Master Luo. When the young man surnamed Luo heard this, he sighed and said, Qin family head, this young lord has been with your Qin family for quite some time now. With this young lord overseeing your Qin family, has anyone come to cause trouble for you? Never. Qin Xiaoyang hurriedly replied. Although this young man surnamed Luo wasn't easy to serve, he was only a lecherous man. He was happy without a woman every day. Although the Qin family wasn't a large family, they still had the ability to find beautiful maidservants. The key point was that this guy changed women too quickly. 2 beautiful maidservants were sent in only a few days before they were replaced. He was like a pig, plowing day and night without stopping. However, as he said, with him overseeing the Qin family, no one came to cause trouble for the Qin family. On the other hand, the Du family offended a powerhouse a few days ago and was uprooted. Over 100 people in the family were killed overnight, and even their servants were wiped out. Maplewood City didn't have the same rules and regulations as Spirit Lake City. Although the City Lord's mansion maintained order, who could the City Lord's mansion deter? Many powerhouses didn't put the City Lord's mansion in their eyes. Even if they abided by the law on the surface, they were secretly vicious. Because of this, each of the large families in Maplewood City would hire someone with strength and status to oversee the safety of the family. Of course, the price to pay wasn't small. The Qin family's situation was considered good. They only had to pay a few beautiful maidservants to serve this young man surnamed Luo. Some families had to hand over 70% of their annual income, which was simply a nightmare. The head of the Qin family is also a reasonable person. The young man surnamed Luo faintly smiled and calmly patted Qin Xiaoyang's shoulder, saying, This young master has a proposal, but I don't know if the head of the Qin family is willing to accept. Qin Xiaoyang's heart jumped. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling, but he could only brace himself and say, I'd like to hear the details. The cultivator surnamed Luo chuckled and said in a low voice, Doesn't the head of the Qin family have a granddaughter? As long as, no. Qin Xiaoyang turned pale with fright and hurriedly refused. It was because he saw that this cultivator surnamed Luo was extremely lecherous that he had asked Qinyu to enter secluded cultivation in the secret room and not come out unless there was something important. He didn't expect that this cultivator would still think about it. Ever since Yang Kai returned from the Four Seasons realm and brought back the Tribulation Fruit, Qinyu had shown extraordinary cultivation aptitude. In just a few years, she had already reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It was even possible for her to break through to the Emperor realm in the near future. The future of the Qin family was pinned on Qinyu. Not to mention his own granddaughter. Even if she was an ordinary descendant, Qin Shaoyang wouldn't make a deal with her. Qin Shaoyang had also made it clear to the maidservants that he bought to serve the cultivator surnamed Luo. Only when they agreed would Qin Shaoyang bring them back to the Qin family. Qinyu would never agree to this kind of thing, and Qin Shaoyang wouldn't consider it either. Why not? The cultivator surnamed Luo's face suddenly became gloomy, as if his dignity had been challenged. No, no, no. Qin Shaoyang waved his hand repeatedly. His attitude instantly angered the Qin family and he sneered, "You think it's impossible, but this young lord thinks it's possible. Don't worry, as long as your granddaughter is willing to give herself to this young lord, everything in the Qin family is negotiable. All right, I'll go find her. You don't need to worry about this." Saying so, he walked out, as if he already knew where Qinyu was. Qin Shaoyang was shocked. Just as he was about to stop him, that cultivator surnamed Luo slipped behind him like a loach, causing him to grab empty air. Opening the door, the cultivator surnamed Luo was startled. He didn't know when, but someone was standing in front of the door, blocking his way. Scram! The cultivator surnamed Luo was in a hurry to find Qinyu. How could he be in the mood to stay here? He immediately struck out with his palm. That person didn't move at all. He only stretched out his hand and pointed forward, the tip of his finger poking the cultivator surnamed Luo's palm. A heart-wrenching pain came in an instant. The cultivator surnamed Luo felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and he suddenly jumped back. He looked in front of him in shock and horror and shouted, "Who is it?" Qin Shaoyang was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. It wasn't until a bloody smell lingered at the tip of his nose that he suddenly woke up. He raised his head and looked, his eyes dazed, "Little brother Yang." Chapter 2753. Qin Shaoyang stared blankly at the figure blocking the door. He didn't expect Yang Kai to appear at this critical moment and injure Luo Ping with a single finger. His face changing, Qin Shaoyang panicked. Yang Kai didn't know who this Luo Ping was, but he did. He wasn't someone he could casually provoke. If not for this, he wouldn't have been qualified to lead the Qin family. Qin family patriarch, I trust you have been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this time, the young man wearing the round hat appeared behind him and said with a bitter face, "Patriarch, this person said he wanted to see you. This little one came to report, but after hearing some noise inside, I didn't dare to intrude. I didn't expect." Qin Shaoyang waved his hand. "You can leave." The young man wearing the round hat felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran out. "Who are you, and why are you so vicious?" Luo Ping gritted his teeth and shouted. The power of Yang Kai's finger just now had pierced through his palm, leaving a bloody hole. "This is vicious?" Yang Kai grinned. "Compared to what you're about to do, this isn't vicious at all." Turning to look at Qin Shaoyang, he asked, "Who is this guy?" After listening for a long time, he didn't know who this guy was, but Qin Shaoyang seemed to be afraid of him. Qin Shaoyang showed a bitter expression, but before he could speak, Luo Ping shouted, "This young lord is a disciple of Star Soul Palace. You dare hurt me? You're dead." Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned. Luo Ping grinned. "What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and kowtow to this young lord and maybe I'll spare your life." Is he really a disciple of Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai looked at Qin Shaoyang seriously. Qin Shaoyang said with a wry smile, "Absolutely." Yang Kai nodded. Star Soul Palace's disciples could not be casually impersonated. In the Southern Territory, impersonating the disciples of the other three great sects might not be a problem as long as they were not exposed on the spot. But if anyone impersonated a disciple of Star Soul Palace, they would definitely be met with disaster. The person in front of him was a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. His aura was steady and steady. He wasn't old, so he should be from a big sect. Furthermore, since Qin Chaoyang said so, he must have confirmed the other party's identity. In other words, this Luoping was really a disciple of Star Soul Palace. No wonder he was so arrogant and showed no fear in the face of the Emperor Realm. It was because of his identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace. Kneel. Luoping clenched his bleeding hand and shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly raised his palm, his emperor chi surging. He said lightly, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. If you are still here after 3 breaths, I will clean up your sect on behalf of Star Soul Palace." Luoping was stunned and couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. He thought that after he reported his identity, this person would panic, but who would have thought that this person would not take him seriously and even shamelessly say that he would clean up Star Soul Palace? Was this for real? Was there something wrong with this person's head? He was a disciple of Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai, don't be impulsive. Qin Shaoyang was shocked and his face turned pale. If Luoping really died in their Qin family, the Qin family would be finished. Yang Kai, hearing Qin Shaoyang's call, Luoping's eyes widened, and he carefully looked at Yang Kai, his pupils shrinking as a look of fear appeared on his face. He suddenly remembered the message he received from his sect some time ago. The name and figure described in the message were very similar to this person in front of him. Was this person Yang Kai? If it was really him, then his identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace was not enough to deter him. Seeing the power in Yang Kai's palm grow stronger and stronger, he did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed as he hurriedly fled out of the Qin clan like a bolt of lightning, and he didn't even dare leave behind a single ruthless word. Qin Shaoyang was stunned as he looked in the direction Luoping disappeared. His mind was a little confused. What was going on? A dignified disciple of Star Soul Palace was running away like a stray dog. Was he seeing things? Even if Yang Kai showed the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, he would not be so scared. Was this really a disciple of Star Soul Palace? Qin Shaoyang even wondered if Luoping's identity was real or fake. In a small alley in Maplewood City, Luoping stopped with a pale face. Releasing his divine sense, he did not feel any aura of Yang Kai. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and fall to the ground without a care for his image. His bearing as a disciple of a great sect was gone. It was not until this moment that he felt a burst of fear and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. His identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace was not fake, and he was an inner sect disciple with some status in Star Soul Palace. For a disciple like him, even if he encountered most of the people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, he would not put them in his eyes. But this person named Yang Kai was different. He was different from all the people from the Emperor Realm. Some time ago, he received a message from the sect asking the disciples who were staying outside to pay attention to the whereabouts of a person, and that person was Yang Kai. Luoping did not know why the sect wanted to pay attention to such a person until he met a brother in Spirit Lake City and asked a little about it. This Yang Kai was actually related to the killing of Elder Tan Juanhao and Deacon Wu Ming, and there were all kinds of signs that indicated that Elder Tan and Deacon Wu had died at his hands. This matter had been jointly confirmed by more than 20 masters from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so there was nothing false about it. Elder Tan was one of the only 4 third-stage Emperor Realm elders in Star Soul Palace. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was incredibly powerful, yet he was killed by Yang Kai. When he heard this news, Luoping could not believe it at all. A third-grade Emperor Realm Master could die? In comparison, Wu Ming's death did not seem to be much of a shock. An elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace being killed was a big deal, and the entire Star Soul Palace paid great attention to it. Countless people were searching in all directions to find traces of this person named Yang Kai. However, after the incident in Flowing Shadow City, Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated, and only now appeared in Maplewood City. "You dare hurt me? You're dead." Luoping gritted his teeth, took out a communication artifact, and probed the surroundings like a thief before sending his divine sense into it. After receiving a reply, Luoping smiled sinisterly. The masters of the sect will soon arrive in Maplewood City, let's see how you die. In the Qin family, Yang Kai was silent for a long time after learning the truth. According to Qin Chaoyang's explanation, this Star Soul Palace disciple named Luoping was invited by the Qin family. Currently, Maplewood City was not stable, and the rise of Maplewood City had attracted many masters. Although the previous great families had the advantage of time and place, they were not strong enough, so they could only survive in the cracks, and 2 of them had even been destroyed. It was thanks to Luoping's protection that the Qin family was able to survive. However, although Luoping did not ask for cultivation resources, he was extremely interested in women. He was even somewhat insatiable, causing Qin Zhaoyang to be unable to satisfy him, which led to today's matter. Yang Kai, you should leave quickly. Luoping will definitely send a message to Star Soul Palace, so it is not wise for you to stay here any longer, Qin Chaoyang advised with some concern. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine if the people from Star Soul Palace don't come looking for me, but if they do, I have a grudge to settle with them. He had killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming, so Star Soul Palace would definitely not let this matter rest. In any case, they would demand an explanation from Yang Kai, otherwise, Star Soul Palace's supreme dignity would be challenged. Yang Kai had never thought of hiding from Star Soul Palace. If it were in the past, he could only look up to such a colossus, but now, he vaguely had the capital to negotiate with Star Soul Palace. And since the Bright Moon Great Emperors were able to become Great Emperors, they must not be unreasonable people. The 20 or so chess pieces he had arranged in Flowing Shadow City should have played their role at this moment. Qin Chaoyang was furious. The one they had offended was Star Soul Palace, not some random sect, so how could Yang Kai still be so calm? Yang Kai smiled and said, let's not talk about me. Where should the Qin family go? As soon as these words came out, Qin Chaoyang was stunned, and only after a while did he sigh heavily. Now, not only had the Qin family lost Luoping's protection, but they had also offended him. It was likely that their future would be difficult, and there would no longer be a place for the Qin family in Maplewood City. I don't know, but we will definitely have to leave Maplewood City. Qin Chaoyang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Where can we go after leaving Maplewood City? The entire Southern Territory belongs to Star Soul Palace. Qin Chaoyang was speechless. Indeed, even if they left Maplewood City, the revenge would still come. Unless they left the Southern Territory and escaped the sight of Star Soul Palace. But how could such a thing be easy? Yang Kai said, how about I arrange a place for you to go? Qin Chaoyang raised his head and said, where? The Northern Territory. Yang Kai said. Qin Chaoyang opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, it's too far, and the cultivation of my Qin family disciples is uneven, so it's impossible to travel that far. You don't need to travel there, as long as the Qin family agrees. I will send you to the Northern Territory in 10 days. 10 days. Qin Chaoyang was shocked, and his first thought was that it was impossible, but after thinking about it, there was still a trace of possibility. Of course, it would require the use of legendary items. Can we really reach the Northern Territory in 10 days? Qin Chaoyang asked in a trembling voice. If it was possible, then the Qin family would definitely be able to escape this disaster. The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were like heaven and earth, and Star Soul Palace's hand couldn't reach there. Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded seriously. If the Qin family head trusts me, then I can arrange it immediately, and will set off in 2 days. Qin Chaoyang's expression instantly became conflicted. Deep down, he was willing to trust Yang Kai, but this matter concerned the future of his entire family, so he had to be cautious. After a while, he finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, then I'll have to trouble little brother Yang. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I won't disappoint the Qin family head. Speaking of which, he didn't plan to bring the Qin family to the High Heaven Palace. This trip was just to take a look, but since the Qin family had nowhere else to go, it didn't matter if he brought them along. To Yang Kai, it didn't make much of a difference whether he released one sheep or herded a flock of sheep. Moreover, this way, he would be able to gain Qin Yu. With Qin Yu's current cultivation aptitude, it was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor realm in the future, and the High Heaven Palace would have an additional source of strength. For the sect, there were only benefits. Chapter 2754. Maplewood City, Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce branch. Maplewood City was no longer the same as before, and it had risen rapidly. As one of the two largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had naturally set up a branch here, and it even had a master from the Emperor Realm stationed here. The constant flow of cultivator traffic between Maplewood City and the nearby Spirit Lake City had brought great profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce naturally attached great importance to it. The branch had 50 shops under its jurisdiction, as well as a large auction house. Over the past few years, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had made a lot of money in Maplewood City. Walking into the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many cultivators in the hall. Most of them were talking in low voices, while some were browsing the goods placed here. The hall was very large and built in a very imposing manner, showing the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's extraordinary financial resources. In the corner, a few beautiful girls who were whispering to each other saw Yang Kai walk in and immediately walked over, stood in front of Yang Kai, and bowed, "Greetings, Master. What does the Master need?" Yang Kai could tell at a glance that she was a maid who had been specially trained to receive customers. Many chambers of commerce had such an existence. The girl was young, about 28 years old, but she had a delicate appearance, a sweet smile, and a gentle voice. It was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have a business to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce." The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened. Maids like her were most happy to hear this kind of words. This was because every business they did had a commission. Although the number of commission wasn't large, if it was really a big business, then once they started, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for several years. Previously, she had seen Yang Kai's extraordinary bearing, so she was even more certain of this now. For a time, the girl became even more enthusiastic and said with a faint smile, "What business does the master want to discuss? This servant can make the decision for anything below 10 million source crystals." "Low-rank source crystals?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes." The girl nodded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then tell your manager to come out." The girl was slightly startled. She quickly reacted. The business this master wanted to discuss was probably not something she could decide. 10 million low-rank source crystals was a huge number to her, but it was nothing to some people. This was especially true for Emperor Realm masters. From the looks of it, this was what the master wanted to talk about. With a solemn expression, the young girl said, "Master, please follow me into the private room for a moment." Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed the girl in a certain direction. Not long after, they arrived at an independent private room. The young girl arranged for Yang Kai to enter and served him tea. Then, she said, "Master, please wait for a moment. This servant will go and invite the steward master." Yang Kai remained motionless, and just as the girl was about to leave, she suddenly asked, "Right, have you heard of Kong Si Ran?" Shopkeeper Kong was the first friend he made in Maplewood City. Yang Kai was able to obtain Gong's son Mu's inheritance thanks to Kong Si Ran's guidance. It was just that Maplewood City was too small at that time. After Kong Si Ran advanced to the Dao Source Realm, he was transferred away by Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai did not know where he was transferred to. He had not seen him for more than 10 years. Now that Yang Kai had returned to his hometown, he naturally thought of him. He was just casually inquiring, but he did not expect that the girl would ask in surprise, "Master knows Manager Kong?" Huh. Yang Kai was stunned. The girl smiled and said, "Master, if you know Manager Kong, then this servant will ask him to come over and discuss with you." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Is Kong Si Ran here?" "Yes, Manager Kong is in this branch." This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai did not expect that his casual inquiry would lead to such a thing. He nodded hurriedly. "Good. Ask him to come over." "Yes." The girl responded, bowed, and left the room, closing the door behind her. In the private room, Yang Kai sipped his tea. He waited quietly. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open and Kong Si Ran's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. When their eyes met, Kong Si Ran was shocked. "Brother Yang, mountains and rivers will meet again. We meet again, Brother Kong." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kong Si Ran was surprised and delighted. He closed the door and said, I was just wondering which old acquaintance came to see me. It turns out to be Brother Yang. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, right? Yes, Brother Kong. Sit down and talk. Kong Si Ran was quite excited to see Yang Kai again after such a long time. After all, he was able to break through to the Dao Source realm back, then thanks to the Dao Source pill Yang Kai gave him. If not for that pill, he might still be stuck at the peak of the Origin King realm, unable to advance any further. He would not have his current cultivation and status. After more than 10 years, Kong Si Ran's cultivation had also reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It seemed that he had worked hard and cultivated well in the past 10 years. After taking a seat, Kong Si Ran could not help sighing. Thinking back, he and Yang Kai were both Origin Kings and had gone through life and death together. Now that they met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Wasn't Brother Kong transferred away? How come you've returned to Maplewood City now? Yang Kai asked curiously. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, Maplewood City is no longer the same as it used to be, so the headquarters naturally paid more attention to this place. Although this Kang's cultivation isn't very high, he has been operating here for half his life and is extremely familiar with the situation here, so he was sent back here. Maplewood City was a good place now, and there were many people from the headquarters who wanted to come here. If it weren't for Kong Si Ran's natural advantage with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this delicious cake. But even so, it was likely that he would be transferred away again after a period of time. That was because the branch had already established a firm foothold here and was gradually becoming familiar with Maplewood City. There was no need for him to guide them. When the time came, there would naturally be people with higher cultivation and stronger connections to replace him. So that's how it is. That's a good thing. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not understanding some of the intrigue in the Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran smiled and did not explain much. After all, the Chamber of Commerce's affairs were family matters, and although he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, there was no need to mention this. Asterisk do. Asterisk suddenly, there was a knock on the door. As soon as the knocking fell, and before Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran could respond, the door was opened and a young man in brocade robes walked in with a smile on his face. When he saw this person, Kong Si Ran's face instantly sank and he frowned. Gu Hong, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm discussing business with a guest? This Gu Hong was too presumptuous, entering the private room without permission. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who was sitting here. If it were someone else, Kong Si Ran wouldn't know how to explain it to them. If things didn't go well, they would think that Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce's confidentiality measures weren't good enough, and the business would be ruined. Facing Kong Si Ran's accusation, Gu Hong ignored it and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Friend, this one is Manager Gu Hong of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. How should I address this friend? Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran, then looked at Gu Hong, his eyes flashing as he grinned, but he didn't say a word. Gu Hong didn't get a response, so he looked embarrassed, but he still said, Please forgive me for disturbing this friend. It's just that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough, and this Gu was afraid that if he had a big business to handle, it would ruin it, so he came uninvited to atone for his mistake. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, How can you say that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough? Gu Hong smiled and said, It took him a year to negotiate 3 deals. Isn't that a sign of his lack of ability? Kong Si Ran's face turned pale as he said coldly, If no one intervened to stop me, this Kong could have negotiated a few more deals. Gu Hong said, Manager Kong, there's no need to be angry. This Gu intervened in your business for your own good. You will soon be transferred from here, and when the time comes, the various procedures will be very troublesome. It's better to leave it to this Gu now. Kong Si Ran snorted and said, Then should this Kong thank you? Gu Hong smiled and said, We are all from the same Chamber of Commerce, so there's no need to thank me. Turning his gaze to Yang Kai, he said, Friend, if you really have business, this Gu is willing to help. To tell you the truth, Manager Kong is indeed about to be transferred, so if you have any business to discuss with this Gu, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yang Kai turned to look at Kong Si Ran and said, He's about to be transferred again. Kong Si Ran sighed. Being transferred out of Maplewood City was his own will. Maplewood City was too small and barren, so there was no good future for him if he continued to stay, but now it was different. Maplewood City was a piece of delicious cake that everyone wanted to take a bite of, so how could he be willing to be transferred away? It was just that he couldn't win. Yang Kai nodded. This one appreciates Manager Gu's kindness, but Manager Kong and I are old friends who have gone through life and death together, so I would like to discuss this business with Manager Kong. Is that so? Gu Hong froze for a moment before smiling and saying, in that case, this Gu won't act like a villain and will take his leave. Yang Kai's words made him understand that he probably couldn't get this business, so he didn't waste any more time and quickly left. Soon, only Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran were left in the private room. Yang Kai asked, does Brother Kong not want to leave Maplewood City? Kong Si Ran nodded and said, although there are a few branches in the Southern Territory that are comparable to Maplewood City, they are not places I can join. If I am transferred away this time, it will be difficult for me to come back. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, it's fate. Let's not talk about me for now. Brother Yang, what did you come here to trade with the Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. Kong Si Ran stroked his beard and said, these two things are the main materials for refining space rings, so they are not difficult to find. The branch has some in stock. I wonder how many Brother Yang needs? How many do you have in your branch? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran said, let me see. Saying so, he took out a jade slip and checked it. After a while, he looked up and said, there are some worth about 30 million mid-rank source crystals. If Brother Yang wants them, I can give you a 10% discount. This is my limit. I'll take them all. Chapter 2755. All of them? Kong Si Ran was taken aback. That was 30 million mid-rank source crystals, not 30 million low-rank source crystals. Even if they were converted into high-rank source crystals, they would still be worth 300,000 pieces. All of them. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Kong Si Ran immediately realized that this was probably the biggest deal he had ever negotiated. With this deal as a foundation, even if he was transferred away, he wouldn't end up in such a remote place. Before a look of surprise appeared on his face, Yang Kai continued, in addition, I would like to ask Brother Kong to continue to help me purchase space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, as many as you have. *C. Kong Si Ran drew a sharp breath. Space spirit crystals and space spirit jades were basically used to refine space rings, but in the star boundary, space rings weren't very valuable. Many cultivators carried a dozen or so with them. It was easy to just throw a space ring over when making a transaction. So, the demand for these two materials wasn't too high. Yang Kai actually bought 30 million mid-rank source crystals in one go, and asked him to continue purchasing. How many space rings did he want to refine? After calming down, Kong Si Ran said, the branch only has 30 million mid-rank source crystals, but the main guild should have more, and we can transfer them from other branches. Brother Yang, are you sure you want as many as you have? That's not a small number. One branch cost 30 million mid-rank source crystals. 10 branches would cost 300 million. 100 branches would cost 3 billion. Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce had hundreds of branches in the Southern Territory, so if he really wanted to purchase like this, he would definitely need to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. This was definitely a huge deal. If this deal was successful, Kong Si Ran would be promoted to a branch president. The only problem was that his cultivation was a bit lacking. After all, according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, only those in the Emperor realm could serve as a branch president. If it was someone else who came to discuss this kind of business with Kong Si Ran, he wouldn't try to persuade him and would definitely agree, but it was Yang Kai who came to discuss business, so how could Kong Si Ran not consider him? Fearing that Yang Kai wouldn't understand the importance of this deal, Kong Si Ran deliberately calculated the amount. I'm sure. Yang Kai smiled and said, can't Brother Kong make the decision? Kong Si Ran said seriously, such a big business. As a small steward, I really can't make the decision. Yang Kai was just joking. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. He couldn't help but be stunned. Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, if you really want to do this business, This Kong will ask the president to come over and talk to you personally. Yang Kai said, all right. Wait a moment, Kong Si Ran said before immediately opening the door and walking out. Outside the door, Gu Hong saw Kong Si Ran come out. He smiled faintly and said, Manager Kong, how did it go? Do you need my help? Kong Si Ran snorted, there's no need to trouble Manager Gu. Gu Hong snorted and flicked his sleeve. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. In front of Yang Kai, he needed to maintain the image of the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally, he couldn't show any disdain. But in front of Kong Si Ran, there was no need to endure. Seeing Kong Si Ran go straight up the stairs, Gu Hong frowned. Looking at his posture, it seems he wants to go to the president. Could it be that this business is so big that even a steward can't make the decision? Thinking of this, Gu Hong was shocked. If that was really the case, then Kong Si Ran's contribution would be great, and he might be able to stabilize his position in this branch. There was a burst of anxiety in his heart, and worry appeared on his face. After a while, a person with a strong background from the headquarters would come to take the position of steward, but the number of stewards in each branch was fixed. In other words, if someone came down, the steward here would have to give up his position. Originally, according to performance and cultivation, the person who would give up his position would definitely be Kong Si Ran. But if Kong Si Ran's position was stabilized, it might be Gu Hong's turn. In any case, no matter who it was, one of them would have to leave. Maplewood City was a good place with many cultivator and a large trading volume, so how could Gu Hong be willing to leave? Working here for a year was equivalent to working in another branch for 2 or 3 years. That was why he made things difficult for Kong Si Ran and snatched his business. He wanted Kong Si Ran to give up hope of staying here and be transferred away. But now, he might fail at the last step. This made Gu Hong both shocked and angry. Just as his thoughts were in chaos, he saw the president coming down with Kong Si Ran. Gu Hong's face changed. This business really alarmed the president. How big is this business? He felt indignant in his heart. How could Kong Si Ran have such good luck? In front of the private room, Kong Si Ran gently knocked on the door, and after getting a response from Yang Kai, he opened the door and said respectfully, President, please. A short old man stepped in and swept his gaze towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his brow, got up, and cupped his fists. Greetings, President Liu. The president of the branch in Maplewood City was actually the vice president of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, Liu Qi. It was obvious how much importance Violet Source Chamber of Commerce attached to Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen him in his early years, so he naturally would not forget him. You recognize this old master? Liu Qi was a little surprised. Although he was the vice president of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and the president of Maplewood City's branch, he lived in seclusion and very few people had seen him before. Now that Yang Kai recognized him at a glance, he was naturally surprised. But after taking a closer look, he vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Liu Qi was surprised because he found that the young man in front of him had a cultivation not inferior to his own. They were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Originally, when Liu Qi heard from Kong Si Ran that a friend of his was coming to discuss a big business deal, he did not take it seriously. What kind of friend could a person with Kong Si Ran's cultivation have? But now, he realized that he was wrong. This person was actually from the Emperor Realm. He immediately withdrew his contempt and said with a smile, This old master seems to have seen little friend somewhere before. Yang Kai said with a smile, When Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened in Maplewood City, this junior was there. When the Four Seasons realm opened, I was also there. Liu Qi thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. You are Yang Kai. Liu Qi's face sank as he shouted in a low voice, Your courage isn't small, actually daring to show up so openly. His expression changed so quickly that Kong Si Ran was startled. He did not know how Yang Kai had offended Liu Qi. Yang Kai was taken aback, but soon understood why Liu Qi had such an attitude. It should be related to Star Soul Palace. There were some things that Kong Si Ran could not touch, but Liu Qi could. Yang Kai smiled and said, With a clear conscience, why wouldn't you dare show up? Liu Qi stared at him and said lightly, You are indeed bold, but you don't know your destiny. Yang Kai said, does President Liu want to discuss business, or do you want to give up? If you don't want to talk, I can go to Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. I believe they should be very interested in this business. Of course, why wouldn't we talk? Lu Qi snorted. Yang Kai deliberately brought up Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, an old rival of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he was playing hard to get, but business was business. Lu Qi would not let it go. Yang Kai gestured and Lu Qi immediately sat down and said, "Little friend, please take a seat." Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran, who was standing next to Lu Qi. Lu Qi said, "Manager Kong, take a seat as well." He muttered in his heart, "Why does this Yang Kai value Kong Si Ran so much? The relationship between the two seems to be very good." Kong Si Ran was a little frightened, but since Lu Qi had spoken, he could only sit with a slightly restrained expression. Lu Qi got straight to the point. "I heard from Manager Kong that the business little friend wants to discuss is worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals?" "Indeed. I wonder if President Liu can handle it." Yang Kai nodded. Lu Qi smiled and said, "There is no business in this world that my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce cannot handle. What does little friend want to do with so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "This is not something President Liu should be concerned about, right?" Lu Qi was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "It is this old master who speaks too much." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Little friend needs a huge amount of goods. It is not that this old master does not trust little friend, but shouldn't little friend show some sincerity?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai threw out a space ring. "This is the deposit, President Liu. Take a look and see if you are satisfied." Lu Qi took it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately seeing a small mountain of high-rank source crystals. There were at least 10 million of them. His expression turned solemn as he knew that Yang Kai was indeed qualified to deal with the Chamber of Commerce. So he nodded and said, "Very good, little friend is a man of integrity. This old master will also be frank. Within 2 months, this old master can transfer goods worth 40 million high-rank source crystals for you. At that time, I hope little friend can bring enough source crystals to my Chamber of Commerce and complete the transaction." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "But I have a condition." Lu Qi said, "Please speak, little friend." Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran and said, "I will only talk to Manager Kong about this matter, no one else." Lu Qi frowned. "Why is that? Does little friend not trust my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "How can I not trust the Chamber of Commerce's reputation? However, I have a good relationship with Manager Kong, so I feel more at ease when dealing with him." Lu Qi could not help but show an awkward expression, because Kong Si Ran would definitely be transferred away in 1 or 2 months. At that time, he would not be in Maplewood City, so how could he deal with Yang Kai? However, this business could bring huge profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so Lu Qi had to carefully consider it. Raising his eyes, he asked, "Does little friend want to help Manager Kong?" He vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to use this method to keep Kong Si Ran in Maplewood City, a rich place. Shaking his head, Lu Qi said, "Little friend, this is meaningless. Although this will keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City for 2 months, after the goods are delivered, he will still be transferred away." Yang Kai frowned and said, "President Liu, is there no other way?" Lu Qi said, "This is the decision of the headquarters. This old master is powerless." Kong Si Ran showed a grateful look and was about to speak, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and said seriously, "What if I say that I have more business to cooperate with Manager Kong? And it is a long-term cooperation." Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "That depends on what kind of business it is." Yang Kai waved his hand casually on the table and a bright, round, Longan-sized monster beast's monster core appeared on the table. The rolling demonic chi rushed out in an instant. Chapter 2756. A 12th Order Monster Core. Lu Qi was startled, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he reached out and grabbed the monster core from the table, carefully fiddling with it as he nodded. It really is a 12th Order Monster Core. A 12th Order Monster Core could only be produced in a 12th Order Monster Beast, and a 12th Order Monster Beast was equivalent to an existence in the Emperor Realm. Lu Qi was just a First Order Emperor Realm cultivator. If he really encountered a 12th Order Monster Beast, It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. He might even die under the bloody mouth of the monster beast. It could be said that a 12th Order monster core was a rare item in the entire star boundary. The weak couldn't get one, and even if the strong got one, they wouldn't sell it easily. After all, a monster beast's monster core had a wide range of uses. Alchemy alone was enough to make countless people scramble for it. What a pity. Lu Qi sighed again. Kong Ran asked, "What's a pity?" He was also shocked. When he saw Yang Kai again this time, he suddenly found that he didn't recognize Yang Kai anymore. The first thing he did was talk about a big business deal with him, and now he took out a 12th Order monster core. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personality was still the same as before and hadn't changed much. He still remembered that when Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, even if he wasn't poor, he was still quite shabby. How did he become so rich all of a sudden? Compared to him, Kong Ran had lived for more than 10 years in vain. It's a pity that this is only a 12th Order low-rank monster beast's monster core. It's equivalent to a 1st Order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Qi stroked his beard and shook his head. Even though they were both 12th Order monster cores, the difference in quality and value was like heaven and earth. Just like the Emperor Realm's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers, the higher the quality, the higher the value. How much is this monster core worth? Yang Kai asked. Lu Qi said, "If my Chamber of Commerce bought it, it would be 2 million high-rank source crystals. The price is fair." Yang Kai nodded slightly. A 12th Order low-rank monster core. This price was indeed about right. Of course, if you bring it to the auction house of my Chamber of Commerce, it's possible to sell for 3 million high-rank source crystals. Lu Qi smiled slightly. "Little friend, the business you mentioned before is quite good. You're not referring to this, are you?" This was indeed a good deal. The monster core of a level 12 monster beast was in short supply everywhere, but a low-grade monster core was nothing, even though it was rare. However, he would occasionally run into one at the auction house. What if I add this? Yang Kai casually tossed it out again. Lu Qi instinctively took it and stared at it. His eyes widened as he hissed, This, 12th Order high rank? Kong Ran's eyes also bulged. If it weren't for the previous low-rank monster core, Kong Ran might not have been able to make such a conclusion, but compared to the previous monster core, whether it was the aura it exuded or the feeling it gave off, it was several grades stronger. This was definitely a 12th level high-grade Niden. That was equivalent to a 3rd stage Emperor Realm Master's monster core. Where did little friend get this? Lu Qi couldn't remain calm anymore and stood up abruptly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, his expression meaningful. Lu Qi's mouth twitched awkwardly. This old master misspoke. This kind of thing was not something he should inquire about. This was a written rule in the Chamber of Commerce, and once violated, even if he was a vice president, he would be punished or even expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. However, he was too shocked that he was lucky enough to see a 12th Order high-rank monster core in his life. For a moment, his grip on the monster core tightened, and he was reluctant to let go. How much is this monster core worth? Yang Kai asked. 10 million. Lu Qi quickly said, at least 10 million if it's auctioned. Even 15 million is possible. Yang Kai raised his brow. The difference in price between a 12th Order monster core and a low-grade monster core was quite big. How is this business? Yang Kai asked with a smile. It's really good business. Lu Qi nodded seriously. Yang Kai had come. Both of these deals were large orders worth more than 10 million high-rank source crystals, enough for Kong Ran to personally receive them. Such large orders were not something one could encounter casually, so with these two deals, Kong Ran's performance would definitely soar. He would leave the other deacons in the branch far behind. But this kind of business, how can we cooperate for a long time? Lu Qi frowned. He wanted to cooperate with Yang Kai for a long time, but how could a 12th Order monster beast monster core be so easy to obtain? He didn't know where Yang Kai had gotten two from, but he might not be so lucky next time. In the future, I will trade 2 12th Order monster cores with Brother Kong every year, with no restrictions on the grade. This deal will continue until Brother Kong leaves Maplewood City. Lu Qi smiled bitterly. In the end, little friend still wants to keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City. It's not that this old master doesn't want to help, nor that this old master doesn't trust little friend. But these 12th order monster cores, little friend, how can you? At this point, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened as he stared blankly at the monster cores inserted between the 5 fingers of Yang Kai's right hand. Whether it was the size, color, or aura of these monster cores, each one was not inferior to the one he took out at the beginning. Looking at his left hand, it was the same. Gudong. Even though Lu Qi was used to seeing big storms, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Yang Kai flipped his hand and the monster cores suddenly disappeared. They're all 12th order? Lu Qi asked dizzily. Yang Kai smiled and said, seeing is believing. Didn't President Lu see for himself? Lu Qi scratched his head and said, little friend, can you sell all those monster cores? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai refused. Although he had so many monster cores that he couldn't use them all, he wouldn't sell them at will. Lu Qi was depressed, but these things were his. Whether he sold or not depended on his mood. He couldn't just snatch them away. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Qi tried one last time. If little friend can sell all those monster cores to my Chamber of Commerce, this old master can give you a very favorable price. I won't sell, I won't sell. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. Lu Qi was disappointed but suddenly straightened his face and said, good, little friend really does have the capital to cooperate with my Chamber of Commerce for a long time. Just the monster cores he had seen just now numbered 8. In other words, they could cooperate for 4 years. I will report this matter to the headquarters. Whatever the headquarters decides, this old master can't interfere. Yang Kai smiled and said, President Lu is too modest. You are a vice president and have a bit of authority. How can you not interfere? How about this? If I can cooperate with Brother Kong for a long time, how about I sell you 2 12th order monster cores every 6 months? 6 months, 2 monster cores. Lu Qi's expression brightened as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course, little friend can rest assured. This old master will speak with the headquarters. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, then I'll have to trouble President Lu. Of course, of course. You can discuss the rest of the matter. This old master will go gather some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for little friend, so as not to ruin his plans. Saying so, he stood up and placed the 2 12th order monster cores in Kong Si Ran's hands before sending him a divine sense message and exhorting him a few words before pushing open the door and leaving. After the door closed again, Kong Si Ran held the 2 monster cores and said gratefully, Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. If you need this Kang's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Brother Kong is too serious. I'm not just doing this for you, but also for myself. Kong Si Ran naturally didn't believe him and thought he was just comforting him. Yang Kai said, I have recently established a sect, but it is still in its infancy. When it develops in the future, it will have a huge demand for various materials. Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce is a good partner, and with Brother Kong here, I will definitely not suffer a loss when dealing with Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran was surprised. Brother Yang, you have actually established a sect? This really shocked him. Although Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Master, not every Emperor Realm Master was qualified to establish a sect. First of all, they had to choose a good location, have a wide network of connections, and have strong strength. Then there was the matter of recruiting disciples, which was quite troublesome. It's just a small matter. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Kong Si Ran said seriously, Brother Yang, rest assured. If your sect has any transactions with the Chamber of Commerce in the future, this Kong will definitely do his best. Yang Kai smiled and said, Of course I can rest assured with Brother Kong. If you are unhappy in the Chamber of Commerce one day, you are welcome to come to my sect at any time. Kong Si laughed and said, If you hadn't said that your sect and the Chamber of Commerce would cooperate in the future, I would have gone right now. However, if Yang Kai's sect and Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce established a cooperative channel in the future, it would naturally be better for Yang Kai if he stayed. After chatting for a while, Kong Si Ran said, The president told me before he left that if Brother Yang is willing to sell these 2 monster cores to the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce will pay 13 million source crystals. Yang Kai said, Naturally, I will sell these monster cores. Is there any other way? Kang Si-ran said, "This is our first cooperation. So the president said that you can sell them directly to my Chamber of Commerce or let my Chamber of Commerce auction them on your behalf. In the future, you won't have the option of auctioning them." Yang Kai did not hesitate and said, "Let's sell them to the Chamber of Commerce." Although he would suffer a bit of a loss by selling them at a lower price than auctioning them, if he entrusted them to the Chamber of Commerce, he would still have to pay a certain handling fee. When the time came, it should not be much different from selling them. Since he wanted to help Kang Si-ran, Yang Kai naturally would not be greedy for such small benefits. "All right." Kang Si-ran nodded and said, "It just so happens that the Chamber of Commerce will be holding an auction tomorrow night. These two monster cores should be able to sell for a good price. As for the source crystals sold, Brother Yang, how about?" Yang Kai said, "Count it as the purchase of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades." "Good." Kang Si-ran nodded. Yang Kai's straightforwardness made him realize that Yang Kai's net worth might be more terrifying than he had imagined. Otherwise, he would not have put 10 million high-rank source crystals in his eyes. "By the way, Brother Kang, I have something to ask you." Kang Si-ran said, "Please speak, Brother Yang. Will there be any artifact armors for sale at the auction tomorrow night?" Chapter 2757. Can a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor satisfy Brother Yang's needs? Kang Si-ran smiled faintly. Mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. "There is a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor in the auction?" Kang Si-ran nodded. "Yes, the finale of this auction is a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor." "Is that true?" Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This time, he had come to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to purchase space spirit crystals and space spirit jades in order to prepare for the space array in the future. Moreover, he was looking for an artifact armor. Yang Kai's requirements were not high, but he was from the Emperor realm, so he just wanted to find an Emperor-grade artifact armor. He did not expect that there would be a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor here, which was much better than he expected. He did not want to become ragged or even naked when he used the dragon transformation secret technique in the future. "Is it possible to make a private transaction?" Yang Kai asked. Most of the items in the auction house were put up for auction by the cultivator, but many of them were found by the auction house themselves. Regardless of which, Yang Kai was qualified to make a private transaction with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because of the long-term cooperation between him and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kang Si-ran said guiltily, "I'm afraid that won't be possible. If it were any other auction item, it would be fine, but this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor is the finale, and it was advertised 3 months ago. President Liu will not agree to make a private transaction with you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai did not look disappointed, as it was already advertised for the finale. He would definitely not sell it in private. After all, this would be a great blow to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's reputation. "It's fine, I will bid at that time." Kang Si-ran said, "Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. I will prepare an invitation for you." Saying so, he walked out of the room. After Yang Kai waited for a moment, Kang Si-ran came back with a gilded invitation and handed it to Yang Kai. "The auction will start tomorrow night. Brother Yang, come early. Maybe you will find something you like." "Okay." Yang Kai took the invitation and stuffed it into his space ring. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the private room and left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Yang Kai casually strolled around Maplewood City, Maplewood, and spent a lot of source crystals before returning to the Qin family. The Qin family was now family members were extremely busy. Although they were a small family, they had lived and prospered here for thousands of years. They were reluctant to leave this place so suddenly. However, under Qin Zhaoyang's orders, even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. They had to take everything they could. Kaiyang walked around the Qin family. Unexpectedly, there was no trace of Qin Zhaoyang. On the other hand, Qin Yu had already come out of seclusion. "Yang." "Sunday." "Yang Kai." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Previously, Yang Kai had investigated Qin Yu and found that she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. This cultivation speed was extremely fast, and perhaps it was related to her world's severed body. With such aptitude, As long as she was given enough time and space, she would definitely be able to grow. It's all thanks to Brother Yang. Qin Yu crossed her fingers and stood in front of Yang Kai. She said gratefully, "If it weren't for Brother Yang, I might have died when I was 18 years old. You are my greatest benefactor. This is your destiny, so you don't need to thank me." Yang Kai smiled. "Where's your grandfather?" Qin Yu brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "He is leaving soon. Grandfather wants to sell the Qin family's land deed, so he should be going to the city lord's mansion." She paused for a moment and said, "Brother Yang, are we really going to the Northern Territory?" "Yes. I heard that the Northern Territory is very cold and snowy," Yang Kai said with a smile. "The rumors are wrong. Although there are many places in the Northern Territory that are snowy, there are also many places where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. The place I am taking you to is the latter. Your Qin family will have a better future there." Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she couldn't help showing a yearning look. "You go ahead with your work. I'm going to rest for a while," Yang Kai said and walked towards the back hall. Looking at his back, Qin Yu opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. A day passed quickly, and Yang Kai only opened the door and walked out when the next night fell. Qin Yu was walking back and forth in front of the door with a worried look on her face. Hearing the sound of movement, she looked up and saw Yang Kai, so she hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, we are all ready." Qin Xiaoyang also walked over from nearby and said solemnly, "Brother Yang, the Qin family is ready. When are we leaving?" Yang Kai said, "We will leave at night and wait 500 kilometers southeast of the city. There is another group of people who will be going with you." "Who?" Qin Xiaoyang was stunned. "The Zhang family," Yang Kai replied. Qin Xiaoyang nodded and said, "So, it's them." The Zhang family and Yang Kai seemed to have a good relationship, and Qin Xiaoyang knew this. After Yang Kai left, the Qin family took care of the Zhang family, but in recent years, the Qin family couldn't take care of themselves, so naturally, they didn't have the ability to take care of the Zhang family. Now that he heard that the Zhang family would be going with them, Qin Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel like they were going through thick and thin together. "Brother Yang, where are you going?" Qin Yu suddenly asked. "I'm going to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction to buy something," Yang Kai replied. He took a step forward and flew out, but suddenly, he stopped a dozen meters away and looked back at Qin Yu. "Do you want to come with me?" The expectation on Qin Yu's face turned into joy, and her tender body flickered as she chased after him. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out. His emperor chi surged and wrapped Qin Yu, turning into a stream of light and disappearing above the Qin family. The entrance of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and a red carpet was spread out. It was bustling as if it was a festival. Manager Kang Si-ran and Manager Gu Hong were standing on the left and right respectively, greeting the guests with smiles on their faces. They cupped their fists and greeted the guests. "Sect Master Lu, long time no see. How have you been?" An elderly man strode over with his head held high, and Gu Hong immediately went to greet him. Le Dong smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "Manager Gu is too polite. I heard that many good things will appear in this auction, so I came here to join in the fun." Gu Hong said, "Sect Master Lu must be joking. If you came here to join in the fun, I'm afraid no one would buy anything." Le Dongjung said, "You are busy. This old master will help himself." "Sect Master Lu, please forgive my poor hospitality." Gu Hong smiled apologetically and waved his hand. Immediately, a beautiful maidservant came forward and led Lu Dongjung to the auction house. Anyone with a little status would be led by a maidservant, which made them stand out from the others. "Brother Yang." Kang Si-ran also cupped his fists to Yang Kai, then turned his eyes and glanced at Qin Yu, smiling. Young Lady Qin is also here. He naturally recognized Qin Yu. After all, Kang Si-ran had been operating in Maplewood City for half his life. Qin Yu smiled and returned the greeting, "Manager Kang. There's no need to greet me. I can go in by myself." Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze in front of him. Yang Kai looked over and saw Lu Dong staring at him coldly. His eyes were extremely gloomy, as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai for killing his father and stealing his wife. Yang Kai just smiled lightly, not putting him in his eyes at all. Lu Dongjung coldly snorted and turned to leave. Although the two's gazes collided for a short time, Kang Si Ran and Gu Hong saw it clearly. Gu Hong's eyes rolled as he thought of something, and he let out a low chuckle. Kang Si Ran, on the other hand, was worried and whispered, "Brother Yang, do you have some kind of grudge with that sect master?" "A little." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Lu Dongjung had killed 3 of his disciples from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so the enmity between them was not small. Kang Si Ran said seriously, "Then you have to be careful of him. Lu Dongjung is the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect. He broke through to the Emperor Realm 100 years ago, and it is rumored that he could break through to the Second Order Emperor Realm at any time. Do not underestimate him." Yang Kai cast a comforting smile. "It's fine. I'll go in first." Kang Si Ran nodded and motioned to the maidservant next to him. Immediately, one of them came out, took the invitation card from Yang Kai's hand, and led him into the auction venue. After passing through a spacious and bright corridor, they soon arrived at a private room. Opening the door, a spacious room appeared before his eyes. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. It could accommodate at least 20 people without feeling crowded. In front of him was a huge, transparent crystal window. Through the crystal window, everything outside could be seen at a glance. Only very distinguished guests were qualified to have such a private room. The maidservant obviously knew this, so her attitude was extremely humble and respectful. "Master, if you need anything, just let this servant know," the maidservant said warmly after introducing some of the rules of the auction to Yang Kai. "There's nothing I need. You can go out first. I'll stay here," Qin suddenly said, shooing the maidservant out like she was shooing a fly. The maidservant's smile didn't falter. At a glance, it was obvious that she had received good training. She bowed and said, "Then this servant will go out first and wait outside." As he spoke, he left the room and gently closed the door. Qin glanced at Yang Kai and found him looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. "Have a seat," Yang Kai said, then found a chair and sat down, facing the auction stage outside. "If you see anything you like, just bid. I'll just watch the fun," Qin whispered, but saw that Yang Kai had already closed his eyes. She couldn't help but pout and find a chair to sit down. The room was silent for a while, which made Qin feel a little uncomfortable. She originally wanted to ask Yang Kai where he had been and what he had done in the past few years, but now that she saw that Yang Kai didn't have the mood to talk, she didn't want to disturb him. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to wait long before the auction began. A beautiful woman walked onto the auction stage. She was wearing revealing clothes that exposed most of her breasts, and her 2 beautiful legs were faintly discernible under the gauze. Her peach blossom eyes were full of charm, and she smiled before saying anything. Immediately, the atmosphere of the auction venue was stirred up, making Qin blush and secretly disdain her. She secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that his eyes were still closed. Only then did she feel much better. Chapter 2758. The auction hall was bustling with noise and excitement. This auction held by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was of a very high standard. Many people from the Emperor Realm were participating, and every auction item was sold at a very high price, causing the beautiful woman standing on the auction stage to smile. Spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and rare treasures were taken out like flowing water, and the sounds of bidding rose and fell in succession from all directions. The next item to be auctioned is a drifting cloud butterfly hairpin. The beautiful woman on the stage suddenly raised her voice, and her beautiful eyes swept across the audience as she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Friends who have brought a female companion or are preparing to give a female companion a gift, please pay attention. This mistress can guarantee that this is absolutely the best gift." No matter how this beautiful woman dressed, as a qualified auctioneer, she naturally knew how to raise the price. Therefore, when these words came out, many people showed expressions of interest. After all, this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was a piece of jewelry just from the name. It was impossible for ordinary jewelry to be auctioned, and only some valuable artifacts were qualified to be auctioned. Everyone was curious about what kind of jewelry this drifting cloud butterfly hairpin was and what kind of power it had. Under everyone's gazes, a maidservant holding a tray came from the back and stood beside the beautiful woman auctioneer. The tray was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for people to see the true appearance of the auction item. After the beautiful woman had whetted the appetite of the crowd, she revealed a faint smile and reached out to remove the red cloth. In an instant, a faint blue light suddenly flew out, bringing with it a string of blue light that illuminated the auction stage. It was a magnificent sight. A burst of exclamations rang out as many women stared at the high stage with wide eyes. This kind of beautiful thing could always attract the attention of women when they saw it clearly. The women exclaimed again because the blue light was none other than a fluttering butterfly, and every time it flapped its wings, it brought with it a beautiful fluorescent light. It was a dazzling sight. After a moment, the butterfly suddenly descended and stopped on a jasper-like hairpin, its wings still gently flapping as if it was alive. But everyone knew this butterfly was not alive at all, and it existed in a special form as an ornament on the hairpin. Everyone gasped in amazement. Not only did the women reveal expressions of love, but even some men were interested. If he bought this kind of jewelry and gave it to a woman, it would definitely make her happy. Who knows, it might even be a good thing. This artifact isn't just for decoration, right? May I ask what kind of power it has? A magnetic voice came from a private room. This question struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Although the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin looked extraordinary and extremely beautiful, if it was only an ornament, its price would be greatly reduced. Only some women would like things that looked good but were useless. But it was a man who paid for it. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled faintly and said, "How could the artifact refined by Grandmaster Ho be just a decoration?" "What? This hairpin is a secret treasure refined by Grandmaster Ho? Is that true?" The words of the beautiful woman on the high platform caused an uproar below the platform. Waves of exclamations sounded, as if Grandmaster Ho was an extraordinary figure. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Who is this Master Ho?" After asking this question, he didn't get a reply. Turning his head, he saw Qin Yu pursing her red lips, her beautiful eyes staring at the high platform without blinking. Her face was full of interest, obviously very interested in the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Yang Kai asked again, waking Qin Yu up. Blushing, she said, "Grandmaster Ho is a new artifact refining grandmaster who rose to prominence in the past 10 years. All the artifacts refined by him are of high quality, but what? But Grandmaster Ho is extremely low-key. No one has ever seen his true face, and no one even knows whether he is a man or a woman." So mysterious? Yang Kai raised his brow. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Yes, in the past 10 years. Many good artifacts have appeared in the Southern Territory, all of which were refined by Grandmaster Ho. What's more, he seems to be extremely proficient in refining each kind of artifact, whether it is defensive, offensive, or auxiliary. In any case, this person is a very powerful artifact refining grandmaster." Yang Kai asked, "Since no one has seen him, how do you know these artifacts were refined by him?" Qin Yu replied, "The artifacts he refines all have a mark, and on each artifact there is a hidden symbol of a monkey head." At this time, on the high platform, the beautiful woman said, "If you don't believe me, you can check this jade hairpin in this mistress' hand to see if it was refined by Grandmaster Ho." As soon as these words fell, countless divine senses spread out from all directions and fell on the jade hairpin. Yang Kai's divine sense was also among them. Carefully sweeping the jade hairpin, he found that, as Qin Yu said, there was a lifelike monkey head on the side of this jade slip. At first glance, this monkey head seemed to be scratching its ears and cheeks. It really is Grandmaster Ho's work. There's no doubt about it, and it's a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Good. This old master wants this artifact. Old fart Zhou, you're already so old. What use do you have for this? Leave this opportunity to the young. This old master recently took in a new concubine and wants to give this artifact to her. Do you have any objections?" On the high platform, the beautiful woman looked down at the noise below and said, "The number of artifacts refined by Grandmaster Ho is not many, but each of them is the best of the best. Even the Emperor artifact masters of my Chamber of Commerce hold Grandmaster Ho in high esteem and feel that Grandmaster Ho has reached the level of an Emperor artifact master. I believe everyone is also very curious about what kind of artifact this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin is. There were only a few types of artifacts, but most of the jewelry and artifacts used by women were defensive and offensive types, but their numbers were much fewer than the former. This flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a good appearance, so if it was a defensive type, its price would naturally be higher. The beautiful woman didn't beat around the bush and said with a smile, "This jade hairpin is neither offensive nor defensive," but, as she spoke, she circulated her source chi, causing the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin in her hand to suddenly expand to a length of 10 meters. At first glance, it looked like an enlarged butterfly, its huge wings gently flapping, causing a dense light to ripple out. The beautiful woman formed a seal with her hands and pushed her source chi, causing the huge butterfly to turn into an orchid light and fly around the auction hall a few times before returning to the stage. A flight-type artifact, everyone exclaimed. Previously, everyone had been guessing what kind of artifact this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was, but none of them had expected it to be a flight-type artifact. If that was the case, its value would be enormous, and judging from the speed it had just displayed, it seemed to be extremely fast. The beautiful woman said, "I haven't refined it yet, so this mistress can only display half of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin's speed. However, according to the appraisal of my Chamber of Commerce's experts, if this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin is used at full strength, its flight speed won't be as fast as the Emperor realms, but it won't be far off. It's definitely a great tool for escaping. Of course, the orchid light of this artifact can also be concealed, so there's no need to worry about exposing your whereabouts." With all kinds of flattery, the beautiful woman was trying to express one thing. Good stuff. It was indeed a good item. Whether it was its appearance or its practicality, it was enough to tempt many cultivators. Seeing that the promotion was about done, the beautiful woman shouted, "Dow Source Grade High-Rank Flight-Type Artifact, Flowing Cloud Butterfly Hairpin. The starting price is 50 million mid-rank source crystals, and each increase must be no less than 1 million. Everyone, please." As soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, a wave of bids rang out. In the blink of an eye, the starting price of 50 million mid-rank source crystals rose to 60 million, but it didn't stop there. After another 10 breaths, the price had climbed to 70 million. 20 breaths later, 80 million. Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. The previous joy was swept away and replaced with a look of disappointment. She also knew that with her financial resources, it was impossible for her to compete for such a good item. But when she heard such a terrifying price, she still felt powerless. 80 million mid-rank source crystals. Even if she went to the Spirit Lake Palace to buy blue jade tokens, she could buy 4 of them. However, compared to the value of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, 40 million was far from the bottom line. The appearance of this jade hairpin set off a wave of bidding. After 40 million, the cultivators sitting in the hall could no longer participate in the bidding. Only the guests in the private rooms continued to compete. This was especially true for the old man who had just said that he had a new concubine. He bid extremely quickly, as if he was determined to win. When the price climbed to a terrifying 130 million, there were only 2 people left in the hall, and each time they increased the price, they seemed to have to think carefully, unlike before. 141 million. Old Joe, if you can go higher than this price, I'll let you have this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. A person's voice came from a private room. The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and said, "Since Brother Wang is so kind, this old man will naturally appreciate it." 142 million. You win. The old man from the Emperor realm sighed slightly. 142 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 142 million high-rank source crystals. The masters from the Emperor realm definitely had this much wealth, but it also depended on what they wanted to buy. It was just a piece of jewelry for a woman, so naturally they couldn't spend so much. The auction was only halfway through, and there were still many good things to come. If they spent too much, how would they bid later? "Thank you for letting me win." The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and rushed to the high platform. "Hurry up and count down. No one is bidding anymore. The smile on the beautiful woman's face didn't fade as she looked around and said, anyone else? If no one else, 150 million. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. Inside the private room, Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He didn't expect the man who had been silent all this time to speak at this time. Who was he buying it for? He definitely wouldn't buy such a valuable item for himself. So who could occupy such an important position in his heart? The old man surnamed Zhou's laughter came to an abrupt end, and he became a little flustered and exasperated. 160 million. The item that could have been bought at 142 million was now even more expensive because of Yang Kai's interference. Naturally, he was in a bad mood. Chapter 2759. I'm at home today, so there will be 2 updates. But starting tomorrow, I'll be busy again, so please forgive me. 170 million. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, while Qin Yu was surprised. 180 million. The old man surnamed Zhou roared. 2 million. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The old man surnamed Zhou burst into laughter and said, boy, you're confused. 2 million, high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai added. The old man surnamed Zhou's mocking laughter was instantly extinguished. 2 million high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200 million mid-rank source crystals, but in an auction, 200 million mid-rank source crystals couldn't be exchanged for 2 million high-rank source crystals. In other words, although 2 million high-rank source crystals was theoretically no different from 200 million mid-rank source crystals, its value was much higher. If the old man surnamed Zhou wanted to increase the price, he would have to pay with high-rank source crystals. He immediately fell silent. On the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer smiled sweetly as she stared at Yang Kai's private room and said, the friend in Heaven Room 3 has bid 2 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Naturally, no one increased the price. One had to know that Yang Kai only sold a 12th grade low-rank monster core to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce for 2 million high-rank source crystals. The value of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was almost equivalent to a 12th grade low-rank monster core. However, not everyone could get their hands on such a thing. Congratulations to the friend in Heaven Room 3. The beautiful auctioneer smiled faintly, but she was also suspicious in her heart. She felt that Yang Kai's voice was unfamiliar, and she didn't know when the Chamber of Commerce had such a big customer. Not just anyone could enter the heavenly class VIP room. Moreover, this person occupied one of the top rooms in Heaven Room 3, so he should be an extremely important guest to the Chamber of Commerce. Just as Yang Kai opened his mouth to bid, Lu Dong's eyes flashed coldly as he sat in another Heaven Room. Since he had dealt with Yang Kai before, he naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. He glared in the direction of Room 3 with hatred in his eyes. After all, he was a big customer of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. However, even with his status, he was only able to obtain the 9th-ranked room. How did that young man manage to obtain the 3rd Heaven Room? After pondering for a while, he said to the maidservant kneeling in front of him, "Go and call Steward Gu over." Yes. The maid got up and walked out. Not long after, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yu, are you looking for me?" Le Dongjing said, "The person in the 3rd room. What is his background?" Gu Hong was startled and said awkwardly, "Why does Sect Master Yu ask about this? You know the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Although this Gu is a steward, this guest's information is absolutely not allowed to be leaked." Le Dongjing smiled and said, "There are always exceptions, aren't there?" Gu Hong said, "Sect Master Yu, you are making things difficult for me." Lu Dongjing frowned. After dealing with Gu Hong for so many years, they both knew each other's nature. This Gu Hong was not a person who would play by the rules. He sighed softly. He said, "I won't hide it from you. This old master has a grudge with this boy." Gu Hong asked curiously, "How did he offend Sect Master Yu?" Le Dongjing coldly snorted, "It's fine if he only offended you. But 3 of my disciples from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm died at his hands, and one of them was this old master's descendant." What? Gu Hong was shocked. No wonder Lu Dongjing asked him for information about that person. It turned out that there was such a big grudge between them. Le Dongjing said, Steward Gu. You also saw that this boy didn't hesitate to bid. He is quite rich. If I can get him, I will definitely make a profit. How about I give Steward Gu 30%? Gu Hong bitterly said, Sect Master Yu. It's not that this Gu doesn't want to help you, 50%. This? Gu Hong pretended to think for a while, then slapped his thigh and said, Sect Master Yu. I don't know much about this person's origin. He suddenly appeared in the Chamber of Commerce yesterday, but I have never seen him before. It seems that Steward Gu is unwilling to help this old master with this small matter. Fine. This old master will not come to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to do business in the future. Lu Dongjing coldly snorted. Gu Hong smiled bitterly and said, Sect Master Yu. Although I don't know his origin, after I arrange for him to leave the auction, I can inform Sect Master Yu of his whereabouts. Lu Dongjing's eyes flashed and he nodded. Then I will have to trouble Steward Gu. Gu Hong rubbed his hands and said, Then, the 50% that Sect Master Yu mentioned before, I won't forget about it. Lu Dongjing waved his hand. Gu Hong cupped his fists and said, Then, many thanks, Sect Master Yu. I wish Sect Master Yu good luck and success. Leaving the door, Gu Hong's eyes flashed coldly. Boy, don't blame me. It's your appearance that has hindered my future. After Yang Kai appeared yesterday, Gu Hong clearly noticed that branch president Lu Qi's attitude towards him had become colder and more enthusiastic towards Kong Si Ran. Thinking about what had happened before and after Yang Kai came to the Chamber of Commerce, Gu Hong knew that Kong Si Ran had used him to negotiate a big business deal. This business deal was likely to be an amount he could not imagine. Only by doing this could Kong Si Ran be a salted fish, and if Kong Si Ran was a salted fish, Gu Hong would be the one to suffer. Someone from the branch would definitely be transferred away, and if Kong Si Ran stayed, he would definitely be transferred away. But if Yang Kai died, Kong Si Ran would lose his support and naturally have nothing to fear. In Heaven Room 3, a maidservant delivered the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Yang Kai paid 2 million high-rank source crystals before holding the hairpin in his hand and playing with it for a while. Although he had not refined it and could not understand the true power of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, Yang Kai could feel that this jade hairpin had been refined with great care. It was a rare top-grade item. The monkey head symbol on the side was even more exquisite and lifelike. After admiring it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the jade hairpin to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was still in a daze and hurriedly caught it before looking at Yang Kai in amazement. I'll give it to you. Saying this, Kai Yang closed his eyes again to meditate. It's for me. Qin Yu held the jade hairpin in her hand, her heart inexplicably pounding and her cheeks burning. Just now, she was wondering which woman occupied such an important place in his heart that he would not hesitate to spend 2 million high-rank source crystals to buy this thing. But in the blink of an eye, this jade hairpin was in her hands. Did Big Brother Yang buy this for me? Do I have such an important place in his heart? Qin Yu couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She raised her head and looked at Yang Kai timidly, but when she did, her fiery heart was immediately doused with cold water. Yang Kai had already closed his eyes, as if what he had given her was not a flight-type artifact worth 2 million high-rank source crystals, but something that could be found everywhere on the street. Big Brother Yang, this thing is too expensive. Qin Yu calmed down and hurriedly refused. 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure even for the entire Qin family. She was not related to Yang Kai, so how could she accept such a generous gift? Saying so, she handed the jade hairpin back. Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked, You really don't want it? Qin Yu bit her lip and shook her head. This thing was too expensive for her to accept. Yang Kai smiled. If you don't want it, it's useless for me to take it back. Qin Yu lowered her head and whispered, You can give it to Big Brother Yang. Any woman you like will be very happy. But I've already given it to you, Yang Kai said. But I'm not. Qin Yu's voice became even smaller. Yang Kai said, Your Qin family's myriad sword has been in my hands for a long time and has made contributions to me several times. This jade hairpin is my thank you gift to the Qin family, so don't feel burdened. It's not the same. Qin Yu shook her head. If he was not close to her, what was the point of giving her a piece of jewelry? Moreover, it was such a precious piece of jewelry. Then I can only return the myriad sword to your Qin family, Yang Kai said seriously. Don't. Qin Yu hurriedly shook her head. Although the myriad sword belonged to the Qin family, it was an emperor artifact. The Qin family did not have the ability to protect it now. In fact, it was thanks to Qin Xiaoyang that they had let Yang Kai take the myriad sword away. If the emperor artifact had been left in the Qin family, it might have been implicated. Since you don't want it, just take it. It's only 2 million high-rank source crystals. Your big brother Yang doesn't put it in his eyes. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, and her mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. It turned out that 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure for the Qin family, but it was nothing to him. In other words, what he gave was not a particularly expensive thing, but a simple thank you gift. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a little relieved. Then, thank you, big brother Yang. Qin Yu held the jade hairpin in the palm of his hand and thanked him in a low voice. In your eyes, this is just a simple thank you gift, but in my eyes, this is the most expensive gift I have ever received in my life. It has nothing to do with the price. The auction continued. After the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was sold for an astonishing price, the atmosphere became even more heated. It seemed that everyone's competitive spirit had been aroused, and the price of each auction item rose steadily. An hour later, the auction was gradually coming to an end. After a short break, the beautiful female auctioneer walked back to the high platform and said in high spirits, "The next item is the finale of this auction, the flying great ink dragon armor." As soon as she finished speaking, she gestured with her hand, and 2 strong men immediately walked up from behind, carrying a fine iron box. They walked up to the auction stage step by step, seeming to be extremely strained. In an instant, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on the high platform, and many people's breathing suddenly became rapid. The flying great ink dragon armor had been advertised by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce 3 months ago. So many masters from the Emperor Realm had their eyes on this flying great ink dragon armor. It could be said that the value of this artifact armor was higher than all the previous auction items combined. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk when the 2 strong men put the box on the ground, a dull sound came from the high platform. It seemed that the flying great ink dragon armor was extremely heavy, and many people were awestruck by it. However, everyone knew that as long as it could be refined, even the heaviest artifact armor would become as light as a feather. Otherwise, this alone was enough to reduce the value of the flying great ink dragon armor. Chapter 2760. In the auction venue, many people's breathing suddenly quickened as countless divine senses swept towards the high platform from all directions, wanting to see it first. An emperor artifact was extremely valuable, not to mention a defense-type emperor artifact. Moreover, it was an emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor. However, to everyone's disappointment, the box, which looked like it was made of fine iron, actually blocked the probing of divine senses, making everyone return empty-handed. On the high platform, the beautiful woman chuckled as she looked around, and she said in a soft voice, "This armor wasn't refined by the current equipment refinement masters, and it came from an ancient abode. It's an item from a very long time ago, and it was accidentally discovered by a friend and sent to be auctioned off by my merchant association." As soon as she said this, many people showed envious looks on their faces. Ancient cave mansions were common in the star boundary, but not everyone could come across them. Even if they did come across one, they might be trapped in the spirit array and be unable to escape, let alone obtain a treasure from it. Being able to find an ancient cave mansion, escape unscathed, and obtain such a treasure, one could imagine how lucky that person was. Why can't I get such a good thing? Everyone asked themselves, gnashing their teeth in hatred. If they could encounter such a good thing, they would not have to worry about cultivation materials for several lifetimes. Because of its age, although this artifact armor is mid-rank, it has some flaws. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the auction venue suddenly fell silent. After a while, a voice came from a private room in the heaven room. "Dare I ask, what kind of flaws are they?" Many people from the Emperor Realm had come for this artifact armor. Previously, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had advertised that an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor would be auctioned, but now, This beautiful woman was telling them that this artifact armor had flaws. Yang Kai was also taken aback when he heard this, as Kang Si Ran had not told him about this. However, with his friendship with Kang Si Ran, if Kang Si Ran had known about it in advance, he would not have concealed it. In other words, even Kang Si Ran was not aware of this secret. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt relieved. Although it had flaws, it was still an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor, so there was no need to make it too clear when advertising. It was enough to attract people. At this very moment, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Everyone will know in a moment. Now, I invite President Liu to test the power of this armor." She tilted her body and gestured behind her. She saw a figure that wasn't very tall coming over quickly. It was Liu Qi, who was overseeing this place. He arrived at the beautiful woman's side. Liu Qi cupped his fists to the customers in the private rooms without saying a word. Suddenly, he circulated his Emperor Qi and pointed his finger at the iron box. With a series of whooshing sounds, thumbnail-sized pieces of armor flew out from the iron box, forming a long black line that shot towards Liu Qi with a series of crackling sounds. The thumbnail-sized pieces of armor actually covered Liu Qi's body in an extremely orderly manner, forming a piece from the neck down. It was a black armor that covered all the way to the back of his feet. Clad in his armor, Liu Qi's temperament suddenly became incomparably powerful, like a war god. His first-order Emperor Realm aura seemed to have been strengthened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Looking at it, this artifact armor wasn't very heavy. Instead, it looked extremely light. Liu Qi moved about on the high platform with great agility. The joints were not affected in the slightest, but everyone could clearly see that although this artifact armor basically covered Liu Qi's entire body, there was a gap of about a foot around his waist. The gap was jagged. It wasn't the design of the artifact armor itself, but it gave people a feeling that something was missing. It was as if this artifact armor had once suffered a very strong attack and lost a piece at the waist. This flying great ink dragon armor was originally complete, but unfortunately, a part of it is missing, the beautiful woman explained. With such a serious loss, is this armor still useful? Someone asked. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "The methods of the ancient artifact refining grandmasters are not something we can imagine. Everyone can rest assured that although this armor is missing a lot, it still retains most of its power. Of course, although this artifact armor is still Emperor-grade mid-rank, it can only display the defensive power of an Emperor-grade low-rank artifact armor." As the beautiful woman spoke, Liu Qi suddenly let out a light shout. The ink armor on his body creaked and flew off from his body, floating in midair and reforming into the appearance of the artifact armor. Liu Qi raised his hand and a thick, yellowed ancient book appeared in his palm. "The dual rights record," someone exclaimed. This ancient book was Liu Qi's emperor artifact, the dual rights record, and it was extremely powerful. Circulating his Emperor Qi, the dual rights record shot out two beams of light, one yin and one yang, which intertwined and shot towards the artifact armor suspended in midair. The surging power fluctuations caused everyone to pale. No one doubted that if these two beams of light hit an unprepared person from the Emperor Realm, even the Emperor Realm would be instantly killed. With a rumble, the beams of light hit the ink armor, but they only caused sparks to fly. The surface of the ink armor flashed with black light, but it was still intact. The beautiful woman's voice rang out at the right time, her voice much louder. "This armor has been jointly appraised by several grandmasters of my Chamber of Commerce and has been confirmed to be refined from the scales of an adult ink flood dragon. Although there are many flood dragons in the star boundary, ink flood dragons are extremely rare and have always been known for their amazing defensive power. The flying great ink dragon armor refined from the scales of an ink armor has incomparable defensive power to an ordinary emperor artifact. This can save your life at a critical moment. It's actually refined from the scales of an ink flood dragon. All flood dragons have the bloodline of the dragon race. Doesn't that mean the scales of an adult ink flood dragon also have a trace of dragon nature? Good stuff. It's really good stuff. Although it's good, the price." The crowd was bustling for a while, and the beautiful woman's smile became even brighter. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, "Flying great ink dragon armor. The starting price is 10 million high-rank source crystals, and any increase is optional." Everyone, please." As soon as these words came out, gasps could be heard. Previously, the highest price sold at the auction was a bottle of Emperor-grade spirit pills, which was worth 6 million high-rank source crystals. But now, the starting price of this flying great ink dragon armor was 10 million high-rank source crystals, so one could imagine how terrifying the final price would be. This starting price alone was enough to make 90% of the people give up on bidding. Only those from the Emperor realm who were well prepared were eager to bid. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was a lot, Lu Qi's test just now showed everyone that this armor was not afraid of the attacks of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. With this armor, one would be almost invincible against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master might be able to contend against him. No one wanted to miss such a good thing, and the competition would probably be fierce. No one wanted to be the first to stand out, and everyone wanted to see the situation first. For a while, the auction hall quieted down. The beautiful woman stood on the auction stage with a smile on her face. She did not urge anyone. She had hosted auctions many times, so she knew what these people were thinking. Even if the flying great ink dragon armor had some flaws, it was still a rare treasure. After 10 breaths of silence, a person's voice suddenly rang out, 20 million. Those from the Emperor realm who were still waiting to see what would happen were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. The person in the third room was the guy who had won the bid for the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. In an instant, many people's faces turned black, and some people even cursed the person in the Heaven Room 3 in their hearts. What was the meaning of raising the starting bid to 20 million when the starting bid was 10 million? Even if he was rich, he shouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce arranged this? Many auctions had such people, and their task was to drive up the price of the auction items and arouse the emotions of the bidders so that they could buy the items at a higher price. Thinking so, some people immediately felt that the person in the Heaven Room 3 was really a prop. Inside the Heaven Room 3, Qinyu covered her red lips with her hand as she looked at Yang Kai in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Big brother Yang, that's a high-rank source crystal." She was afraid that Yang Kai did not understand the starting bid and mistakenly thought that it was a mid-rank or low-rank source crystal, so she hurriedly reminded him so that he wouldn't be unable to close the auction. "I know." Yang Kai nodded and grinned. Qinyu was stunned and then remembered what he said when he gave her the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. It turned out that he really didn't care about 2 million high-rank source crystals. Damn boy. Boy, go eat shit. Boy, do you dare tell us your name? This old master wants to see whose disciple you are. The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms could no longer remain calm at this moment and began cursing one after another. Inside the Heaven Room 9, Lu Dongjing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although Yang Kai had just spent 2 million high-rank source crystals to win the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which made him feel that Yang Kai was quite rich and that he would be able to obtain some benefits if he could really take him down, he never expected that Yang Kai's wealth would be so great. 20 million high-rank source crystals. What was his bottom line? 30 million? 40 million? No matter how much, he definitely had a lot of high-rank source crystals on hand. Good, good, good. The heavens are really protecting my Broken Mountain sect. Lu Dongjing suddenly laughed. The richer Yang Kai was, the happier he was. In any case, as long as he could kill Yang Kai, all of his belongings would be his. As for Gu Hong, he could just give him a small fraction. What 50%? That was simply a pipe dream. A bunch of old fools. How dare they participate in the auction without any strength? Madam, I suggest that they be disqualified from bidding and driven out of the auction venue to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai shouted at the beautiful woman on the high platform with an ashen face after being scolded. When the beautiful woman heard this, she frowned and said, "Are you all here to participate in the auction, or to quarrel? If you are here to quarrel, please move aside and don't disturb the auction process." As soon as she spoke, the people from the Emperor realm quieted down and no longer dared to act rashly. Chapter 2761. The Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was one of the 2 top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory and had business dealings with many sects in the Southern Territory. Offending them would not be good for their sects. This old master bids 21 million. Boy, if you have the guts, Follow me. The old man in the private room coldly snorted, seemingly certain that Yang Kai was a fraud. 30 million. PFFF. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. Originally, he thought that Kai Yang was just someone who had arranged for the auction house to drive up the price. Since he was here to drive up the price, then he would add another 1 million and the other party's task would basically be completed. Although he hated it so much that his teeth itched, but 21 million was still a good harvest. But he did not expect the boy in the third room to raise the price to 30 million in one breath. Not a fraud. Absolutely not. There could not be such an arrogant fraud in this world, nor could there be such an irrational fraud. Such a crazy increase was very likely to scare off most bidders. In other words, this boy really wanted to bid for the flying great ink dragon armor. Not only did the old man see this, but most of the people in the Emperor realm present also saw this. The person in the third room was definitely a wealthy man. 31 million. After 10 breaths, someone made a new bid with difficulty. 35 million. Kai Yang immediately followed. A sigh suddenly came from one of the private rooms. Soon, more sighs could be heard, but there was no one else who called out a price. An ordinary Emperor artifact could be sold for 15 million to 20 million high-rank source crystals. If it was a defensive Emperor artifact, the price would be higher, 20 to 30 million. Although this flying great ink dragon armor was an Emperor-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it had some flaws. In terms of value, it was between the defensive Emperor-grade low-rank and Emperor-grade mid-rank. 35 million was almost the bottom line. What's more, such a huge sum of source crystals. Not just anyone could take out such a sum. At the auction in Flowing Shadow City a few months ago, most of the people in the Emperor realm present had a net worth of 10 to 20 million. Very few of them had more than 30 million high-rank source crystals. Therefore, Yang Kai was almost certain that the price of 35 million was enough to seal the coffin. And it was indeed so. The auctioneer watched for a moment. Feeling that no one would bid anymore, he immediately raised his voice. Flying great ink dragon armor, 35 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? If not, this armor will belong to the friend in the third room. He counted to 3. The beautiful woman looked in the direction of Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Congratulations to the friend in the third room." He couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. This final treasure should have been fought to the death by those from the Emperor realm, and it should have been hard for them to part with it. Only after many rounds of bidding would the dust settle. However, he did not expect that the person in the third room of the heavens would cut the Gordian knot and take it away in a few moves. Most of the people who were prepared to participate didn't even have time to bid. They just watched the show. Having hosted so many auctions, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The person in room 3 was indeed a super big customer. If there was a chance, he would like to get to know him. Maybe there would be a possibility of cooperation in the future. The dust settled on the last treasure armor, and this auction was over. The cultivator in the hall got up and walked out, feeling a little dazzled. The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms were also led out by the maidservants and left through the secret passage. In the third room, Yang Kai waited for a moment, and then a knock sounded on the door. Yang Kai responded, and the door was immediately pushed open. A maidservant came in with 2 strong men. They carried the fine iron box in, and after a short while, the goods were sold, and someone else led Yang Kai to the secret passage. This was also a way for the auction house to protect their customers. It was to prevent customers from being targeted by their enemies after bidding for a good item. There were hundreds of secret passages in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house, leading to all directions outside Maplewood City. If one did not know the direction in advance, it would be impossible to follow. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of anything, he did not refuse this arrangement. Soon, under the guidance of the maidservant, he entered an underground passage. In the 9th room of the heavens, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. Lu Dong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and asked through voice transmission. Gu Hong could not hide the excitement on his face, and he quickly replied. Lu Dongjun got up, flicked his sleeves, and left. Gu Hong stood in place and thought for a moment, then sneakily followed him out. He was very clear about Lu Dongzheng's character. This guy called Kaiyang was actually so rich. This was something he hadn't expected. If Lu Dongzheng really did succeed, he didn't believe that the opposite party would keep their promise and give him 50% of the profits. So, it was better for him to keep an eye on him. When Lu Dongzheng succeeded, he would catch him red-handed, and Lu Dong would not deny it. This was a big deal that involved tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, so how could Gu Hong not be careful? If he succeeded, he would not have to compete with Kong Si Ran for anything, and he could go anywhere without any worries for the rest of his life. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai and Qin Yu walked out of a small mountain 50 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Looking up, the moon was bright and the stars were few. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and flew in a certain direction with Qin Yu. Not long after, the two of them arrived above a hill. When they looked down, they saw many people gathered below. As if they had sensed someone approaching, those people all raised their heads and looked over. When they saw a stream of light shooting towards them, they all revealed vigilant expressions. "Grandfather!" Qin Yu shouted. Qin Xiaoyang heard this and chuckled. "Don't be nervous, it's Brother Yang and you er." The stream of light landed in front of everyone, and sure enough, Yang Kai and Qin Yu's figures were revealed. Glancing around, Yang Kai said, "Is everyone here?" Before going to the auction, he had sent a message to the Zhang family, asking them to meet with the Qin family here, and now it seemed that everyone was present. Old Madame Zhang said, "Everyone from the Zhang family is here." The Zhang family did not have many people to begin with, and they were almost ready a few days ago. As soon as Yang Kai sent a message, they could set off immediately. The same was true for the Qin family. Even Qin Xiaoyang found a way to sell the land deed. So everyone in the family had gathered here with their families. The two small families had about 150 people in total, and their strength was also mixed. The strongest was Qin Yu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the rest were Origin Kings, Origin Returning Realm, and even Saint Kings, Saints, and Transcendents. "Brother-in-law, are we really going to the Northern Territory?" Zhang Ruoyu jumped out, her little face full of nervousness and anticipation. She had never traveled so far in her life, and this time, she was going to the extremely distant Northern Territory. As a native of the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory was extremely unfamiliar to her. "Brother-in-law?" Qin Yu was stunned, her heart in a mess, and a lonely look appeared on her face. "Who's your brother-in-law?" "Little girl, don't call me that." Yang Kai's face turned black. Ning Suwen also shouted, "Ruoyu, stand down." "Oh." Zhang Ruoyu pouted and stood to the side unhappily. Raising her eyes, she met Qin Yu's eyes and smiled, revealing her small canine teeth. "Elder sister Qin." Qin Yu reluctantly squeezed out a smile. "Little sister Ruoyu, since everyone is here, let's go." If he was alone, he would be able to reach the Thousand Leaves sect in less than 2 days. But with such a large group of people with varying strengths, he estimated that it would take at least half a month to reach the Thousand Leaves sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked behind him, only to see a flowing light rapidly approaching from the horizon. From the looks of it, it seemed to be heading towards them. Qin Xiaoyang, Ning Suwen, and the others obviously noticed this as well and immediately became nervous, especially Qin Xiaoyang. After all, Yang Kai had just offended a disciple of Star Soul Palace in the Qin family 2 days ago. If a Star Soul Palace master were to come, the Qin family would be finished. "You go first, I'll catch up later." Yang Kai had already recognized who this person was when he swept out with his divine sense, and after instructing the Qin and Zhang families, he turned around and waited. "Which way?" Qin Xiaoyang asked. Yang Kai pointed in a direction. "Be careful, Brother Yang." Qin Xiaoyang reminded and nodded slightly to Ning Suwen before the two of them immediately led their family members forward. If they stayed behind at this time, they would only be a burden to Yang Kai, so the two of them made a prompt decision. In the blink of an eye, the 100 or so people gradually disappeared. A moment later, the flowing light fell and the light faded, revealing the figure of an old man. "Sect Master Lu, where are you going in such a hurry?" Yang Kai smiled slightly as he looked at Lu Dongzheng, who was chasing after him. A cold light flashed in Lu Dongzheng's eyes as he coldly snorted, Why ask when you already know the answer? Looking at the people from the two families in the distance, Lu Dongjing asked, "Are those your people?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Lu Dongjing grinned, "Very good. None of them will be able to escape. This old master will slaughter them all." Yang Kai smiled, "That depends on whether or not you'll be able to survive until then." Lu Dongjing narrowed his eyes. "Little brat, your tone isn't small. Do you think you can beat this old master?" Even if Yang Kai's cultivation was similar to his, Lu Dongjing didn't put him in his eyes. They were both first-order Emperor Realm masters, but he had been in this realm for 100 years. How could an ordinary cat or dog be compared to him? A child sitting in a well, looking at the sky like a big well. Yang Kai sneered. Presumptuous. Lu Dongjing was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai, who was supposed to be several dozen meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. They were less than 3 inches apart. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk Lu Dongjing sucked in a breath of cold air and was so shocked that all the hairs on his body stood on end. He didn't notice Yang Kai's movements at all, but he was actually right in front of him. The pair of eyes that were so close to him were filled with disdain and ridicule, making Lu Dongjing's heart sink like it had fallen into the depths of the abyss. Instinctively circulating his emperor chi, Lu Dongjing tried to move away from Yang Kai, but he was shocked to find that no matter how he moved, Yang Kai was like a maggot in his bones, unable to get rid of him. Placing a palm on Lu Dongjing's chest, Yang Kai's sneer turned cold. Die. Chapter 2762. Gu Hong chased after Yang Kai without stopping, and he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. He only had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, so he was much slower than Lu Dongjing. If he didn't know the direction of the secret passage Yang Kai had taken, he wouldn't have been able to track him. After arriving, Gu Hong immediately found a bush and hid in it. At the same time, he restrained his aura and looked around. There were no sounds of fighting or energy fluctuations. Could it be that Lu Dongjing finished off that brat so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. I also chased after him. Even if Lu Dongjing is strong, that brat is from the Emperor Realm, so he should be able to hold on for a while. Either he moved the battlefield. Gu Hong felt that this was very likely. Maybe the two of them were evenly matched in strength and were locked in a fierce battle, so he didn't know where they were fighting. It would be best if both sides were injured, and he could reap the benefits. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind doing a double cross and killing both Yang Kai and Lu Dongjing. While Gu Hong was fantasizing in his heart, a faint smell of blood suddenly drifted into his nose. After sniffing it lightly, his expression changed slightly. When he looked up again, he saw a person lying on the ground 1,000 meters away from him under the moonlight. This is... Gu Hong's expression turned solemn as he focused his vision. The person lying on the ground had his head slightly tilted. He was facing Yang Kai's direction. It allowed him to see his face clearly. Lu Dongjing. Gu Hong was shocked. A chill ran down his spine, and he shivered. The sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongjing, who left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce auction right after him, was lying there motionless and covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The possibility of him dying was very high because Gu Hong didn't detect any aura. Yang Kai's blood almost froze. He stood there stiffly and didn't dare to move for a long time. Lu Dongjing was a veteran First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was rumored that he could break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm at any time. How could such a master be reduced to such a state? Who did this? Just a moment ago, he was still alive and kicking, looking like he wanted to find that brat in the third room to take revenge. Why was he like a dead fish now? Gu Hong didn't dare to move for a long time, afraid that there were still strong enemies hiding nearby. If he moved, he was afraid that he would attract a fatal disaster. However, after waiting for 2 hours, there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Gu Hong muster up the courage to stand up. Step by step, he cautiously walked towards Lu Dongjing. After a while, he came to the front of Lu Dong. Gu Hong looked at his tragic death, and his face was awe-inspiring. One move. Lu Dong had been killed in a single move, and there was a clear handprint on his chest. His chest had completely collapsed. There were still traces of blood that had not dried up in his mouth and nose. His widened eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible before he died. Gulp, Gu Hong swallowed hard. A master like Lu Dongzheng was a high and mighty existence in his eyes. How strong was the person who killed him in a single move? Regardless of whether it was the brat from the third room or not, it was still related to him. He couldn't stay in Maplewood City any longer. If that brat found out that he was the one who leaked his whereabouts, his end wouldn't be good. Gu Hong shuddered all over. Gu Hong glanced at Lu Dongzheng's hand, but didn't see any trace of the space ring. It was probably taken away by the person who killed him. Not daring to stay any longer, Gu Hong pushed his source chi and turned into a stream of light, quickly leaving this dangerous place. The speed of the 100 to 200 people was slower than Yang Kai expected. They walked and stopped all the way, and after 10 days, they had only covered half of the distance. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger. If it were any other time, such a group of people walking in the star boundary would easily attract the attention of some cultivators with bad intentions. But with Yang Kai leading the way, anyone who dared to hunt for food would die miserably. Suddenly leaving the land where they had lived for generations, both the Zhang family and the Qin family were a little disappointed. The older they were, the more so. On the other hand, the young people were full of curiosity and expectation towards the outside world, especially Zhang Ruoyu. Whenever she was free, she would surround Yang Kai and ask him questions. Any strange person or strange matter would make her happy for a long time. This girl's personality was completely different from Ruoxi's. She was lively and active, as if she had inexhaustible energy and endless questions. Yang Kai didn't show any impatience. It just so happened that he wanted to introduce the situation of the Northern Territory and his sect to the Zhang and Qin families, so he answered Zhang Ruoyu's questions. Gradually, the more than 100 people were filled with yearning towards the Northern Territory and the High Heaven Palace. Like this, after walking for more than 20 days, the group finally arrived at the old site of the Thousand Leaves sect. Leading the two families into the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai activated the space array and divided the more than 100 people into several batches. One by one, they were transported to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai brought up the rear. When he led the last batch of people into the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi immediately came forward to greet him, Palace Master. When the first batch of cultivators was transported, the 2,000 Leaves sect disciples guarding here immediately sent a message to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi didn't know what was going on and hurried over to investigate. After asking around, she found out that it was Yang Kai who arranged for them to come, so she naturally didn't neglect. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the cultivator of the two families with a faint smile. At this moment, the more than 100 people all had expressions of disbelief on their faces, their eyes filled with shock and joy. Zhang Ruoyu even spread her arms wide, her face filled with joy, as if she wanted to embrace the entire world. The High Heaven Palace was originally the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. This place was filled with spiritual mountains and rivers, and the world energy here was rich. It was not something that Maplewood City could compare to. Now that they had suddenly arrived at such a wonderland, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. If not for them restraining themselves, they might have already made a big fuss. Zhu Qing hasn't returned, right? Yang Kai glanced around vigilantly and asked Hua Qingxi in a low voice. She hasn't. Hua Qingxi shook her head. Very good. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Zhu Qing wouldn't come back so soon, after all, she was going to the frozen earth to track down the source left behind by the dead clansmen. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If Zhu Qing really came back, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get rid of her again. Palace Master, what should we do with the people of these two clans? Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai said, you are the head chief, so you should ask me. Just make the arrangements as you see fit, but there is no need to give special treatment. Just find some people with aptitude and select them as the first batch of disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Focus on nurturing them. Understood. Hua Qingxi nodded. Since Yang Kai said so, she felt more confident in her heart. Go and make the arrangements. I have something to tell you later. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Hua Qingxi responded, then flew into the air and shouted, "Since you have entered my high heaven palace, you are now my high heaven palace's people. Follow me." She was still a member of the Emperor realm, so as soon as she spoke, the people of the two clans immediately became solemn and followed her. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people had left. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his palace. Half a day later, Hua Qingxi came to report the situation. The people of the two clans were arranged to live in a mountain peak filled with spirit energy. There were also ready-made buildings there, enough for them to live in. Hua Qingxi also left some cultivation materials for them and told them to check their cultivation progress a year later. Based on their cultivation progress, they would be given different titles. There was nothing to nitpick about this arrangement, and she believed that the people of the two clans would not complain. Originally, in Maplewood City, the two clans were struggling to survive and were always on tenterhooks. Now that the High Heaven Palace not only provided them with a safe place to live, but also such a good cultivation environment, they were naturally excited and happy. "Palace Master, you said that you have something to tell me. May I know what it is?" Hua Qingxi asked after reporting the situation of the two clans. "It's like this. When I returned to the Southern Territory, I went to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and made a deal with them." Yang Kai briefly explained his deal. Hua Qingxi asked, "And then?" Yang Kai said, "Then I suddenly thought that the High Heaven Palace could reach a long-term cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. You see, we are in the Northern Territory, and they are in the Southern Territory. The products between the two territories are different. Some things are abundant and cheap in the Northern Territory, but they are rare and expensive in the Southern Territory. There are also some things that are the opposite. If we can exchange them, buying and selling." Hua Qingxi understood. In the Star Boundary, many merchants did this. However, they had to experience thousands of mountains and rivers and pass through layers upon layers of dangers and obstacles before they could make a trip back and forth between two large territories. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the loss of both people and wealth. However, the High Heaven Palace was different. They had a space array that could cross territory, so they could easily travel back and forth between the two territory. With this natural advantage, this business was absolutely profitable. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Even if Palace Master didn't mention it, I also thought about it." "Oh, what do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her and said. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, "This idea is very good, and it will definitely work, but there is a problem. I don't know if Palace Master has thought of it." "I would like to hear the details," Yang Kai asked humbly. "Whether we have enough manpower or not is another matter. Palace Master, you also know the situation of our High Heaven Palace. We don't have many disciples, so if we really want to do this, we will definitely need a lot of manpower. However, compared to this, the source of materials is a big problem, unless what?" Hua Qingxi chuckled and said, "Unless Palace Master asks people to help collect materials." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "For example, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect." "Sister Hua, you are so naughty." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, "In any case, those two sects owe us so many source crystals. Asking them to compensate us with materials is already a great favor." "Yes." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "Right? We might as well ask Ice Heart Valley to help. Ice Heart Valley is not like us. They have a deep foundation, so it should be easy for them to obtain materials from the Northern Territory." Good. Chapter 2763. As for what you want to buy or sell, you'll have to carefully consider it. Otherwise, not only will you not make a profit, you might even lose money. Hua Qingxi said, "I'll personally go to the Southern Territory to investigate this matter. If this matter was successful, it would affect the future of High Heaven Palace." Yang Kai was now extremely wealthy, and the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect both owed a huge debt to High Heaven Palace, but if a sect wanted to survive, it had to have its own business. Yang Kai didn't stay in High Heaven Palace for long and returned to the Southern Territory the next day. A few days later, Yang Kai looked at the rolling mountain range in front of him as his figure moved as fast as lightning. That mountain range was the Azure Sun Mountain Range, and he had to make a trip to Azure Sun Temple. Although he was only registered in Azure Sun Temple, he still had the Azure Sun Golden Token. so neither Wen Zishan nor Gao Shueting valued him. Now that he had returned to the southern territory, it was only logical that he return to the temple to take a look. In addition, he had to enter the divine ascension mirror and tell Tianyan the good news that he had found the flesh incarnation fruit. Originally, he had planned to refine the flesh incarnation pill himself, but now that he had Jiying as a helper, he naturally entrusted the matter of refining the flesh incarnation pill to her. Before he left, Yang Kai had left all the herbs in High Heaven Palace. He believed that he would be able to obtain the flesh incarnation pill the next time he returned. As long as he had the flesh incarnation pill, Tianyan would be able to reconstruct his physical body and break free from the shackles of the divine ascension mirror. He would be able to enter the star boundary and become a solid backer of High Heaven Palace. With a master on the level of great emperors as their backer, even if High Heaven Palace wasn't a sect of great emperors, it would still become a sect of great emperors. When that time came, its status wouldn't be any worse than Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure stopped. He stopped in the void. He coldly looked to the side and said in a deep voice, "Which friend is sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly burst out from the void. The light was so dazzling that Yang Kai couldn't help but squint his eyes. Two extraordinarily handsome figures were revealed. One of them was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His expression was dignified without being angry. The other was a young man who looked about the same as Yang Kai. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. The two of them looked somewhat similar, as if they were father and son. The middle-aged man's gaze was calm. However, when the young man looked at Yang Kai, his eyes were filled with eagerness to fight. "Master Xiao." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are you Yang Kai?" "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded, looked at the young man, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, how have you been since we parted in the shattered Star Sea?" These two, they were from Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai recognized both of them. There was no need to mention the young man, Xiao Chun. Yang Kai had dealt with him many times. Every time, he was by Princess Lan Sun's side, acting as her protector. His father, Xiao Yuyang, was one of the first people from the Emperor realm that Yang Kai saw after coming to the Star Boundary. At that time, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace, and his cultivation had reached the Second-Order Emperor realm. He was an existence that Yang Kai had to look up to, and could kill him with a casual breath. So many years had passed since then. Xiao Yuyang's aura seemed to have become more and more vigorous, reaching the Third-Order Emperor realm. As for Xiao Qian, his cultivation was not weak either. At the First-Order Emperor realm, it seemed that his harvest in the Shattered Star Sea was not small. These two people suddenly appeared here and happened to block Yang Kai's path, so their intentions were obvious. Star Soul Palace's Elder Tan Jun, Hao and Deacon Wu Ming were killed. During this time, Star Soul Palace had been investigating this matter, and after some investigation, they naturally found Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's recent whereabouts had been somewhat elusive. Even if Star Soul Palace was the sect of the great emperors and had many informants, they could not grasp his movements. A few days ago, they received a message from a disciple named Luoping, saying that he had seen Yang Kai in Maplewood City. Xiao Yuyang rushed over without stopping. Now that Xiao Yuyang was also one of the elders of Star Soul Palace, his cultivation was superb, so he personally came not to give face to Yang Kai, but from the information obtained by Star Soul Palace, Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming both died at Yang Kai's hands. With such a valiant battle record, those with low cultivation would not be able to do anything. Only those with Third-Order Emperor Realm cultivation would be able to do anything. For Tan Jun Hao's matter, the Third-Order Emperor Realm elders of Star Soul Palace had all been dispatched, searching everywhere for Yang Kai's whereabouts. Xiao Yuyang knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and secretly felt that since Yang Kai appeared in Maplewood City, he might have returned to Azure Sun Temple, so he set up an ambush here. Facts proved that his guess was right, and after waiting here for half a month, he finally caught Yang Kai in the act. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xiao Qin sneered. "Who are you? Do I know you?" His nose was up in the air, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes, as if he had a strong sense of superiority when facing anyone. After several encounters, How could Yang Kai not know his character? So he just smiled slightly and didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yu Yang and said, I wonder why Master Xiao is blocking this junior's way? You still dare to ask when you already know the answer? Xiao Chun was furious and pointed the long sword in his hand at Yang Kai. Don't you know what you have done? Stop putting on an act here. Yang Kai smiled and said, I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying. Xiao Chun said with a sullen face, Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Yang Kai ignored him and just stared at Xiao Yu Yang, making Xiao Chun angry. Xiao Yu Yang clasped his hands behind his back, his face calm, but he was secretly amazed. Before this, he was extremely unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He only vaguely remembered that there was a Dao Source Realm cultivator who refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills and made a name for himself. That person's name was Yang Kai. As for the rest, he didn't know. In the past few days, he had carefully inquired about Yang Kai from Xiao Chun, and only then did he discover that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. All the things he had done, even in his opinion, were extremely difficult. Xiao Yu Yang's son could be considered a dragon among men, but compared to this young man, he seemed to pale in comparison. Now that they were face to face, Xiao Yu Yang's evaluation of Yang Kai rose again. He was an elder of Star Soul Palace and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yet this young man, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't show the slightest fear in front of him. Instead, he spoke with confidence and composure. Did he really kill Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming? Xiao Yu Yang had deep doubts in his heart. With Yang Kai's strength, Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming weren't made of mud, so how could they have died at his hands? However, from the investigation of Star Soul Palace and the testimonies of the more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm, even if Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming's deaths weren't caused by Yang Kai, they were definitely related to him. Tanjun Hao, Wu Ming. Xiao Yu Yang didn't say much and just reported two names, his pair of eyes staring into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of Yang Kai's heart and capture the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, So that's what you want? If Master Xiao is here to inquire about these two, then this boy can tell Master Xiao that I killed these two. He readily admitted it without the slightest intention of hiding it. Bullshit. Xiao Chen's face was full of contempt and ridicule, obviously not believing him. I heard that you have a powerful Monster King by your side? Xiao Yu Yang pointed out. Where is that Monster King? Yang Kai shook his head and said, The Monster King isn't here. Xiao Yu Yang said, Yang Kai, you are also a promising talent. This king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Tell this king the whereabouts of the Monster King, then come back to Star Soul Palace with me. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Master Xiao thinks that Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming died at the hands of the Monster King? Is there another possibility? Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. He didn't expect that no one would believe him even if he told the truth. After pondering for a moment, his expression became serious and he said, Tanjun Hao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, represents Star Soul Palace and the Great Emperors. He should have protected the cultivator in my southern territory, but in Flowing Shadow City, he went against the rules and used shameless means to control the Emperor Realm. He even ordered the people of the Emperor Realm to become enemies with this boy in order to steal treasures from this boy. This little one killed him in a fit of anger, and it can be considered as helping Star Soul Palace to clean up the mess. This little one doesn't ask for the Great Emperor or Star Soul Palace's gratitude, as long as they don't come looking for trouble with me. However, Senior Xiao has blocked my path here today. If this is Star Soul Palace's attitude, then this little one is very disappointed in Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace's matters are not for you to criticize. Xiao Chen coldly snorted. Xiao Yu Yang nodded and said, Star Soul Palace has investigated the matter clearly. Tanjun Hao was inhumane and used his strength to bully the weak. He ruined Star Soul Palace's reputation, so his death is not to be regretted. If you really killed him, then Star Soul Palace would have no objections. But if he died at the hands of a Monster King, the matter is different, do you understand? Yang Kai said impatiently, The Monster King didn't make a move. Didn't the Emperor Realm tell you these things? Xiao Yu Yang said, They said it, but it's hard to believe, so you need to come with me to Star Soul Palace. This Shao guarantees that no one will harm you as long as you tell this Shao where the Monster King is. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Master Shao, forgive me for not being able to agree to this request. You don't trust me? Shao Yang frowned slightly. Yang Kai said, Master Shao and I are not related, so how can I trust you? There's no need to talk nonsense. Father, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let your son take him down. Shao Chun had been itching to give it a try for a long time, but at this moment, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He swung his sword, and at the same time, sword light wantonly rushed towards Yang Kai. He coldly snorted and said, You think you're so great just because you've become an Emperor Realm Master. Today, I'll let you see the difference between you and me. Emperor intent filled the air, and sword intent filled the air. Shao Chen's expression was solemn as he whispered, Plum blossoms hide in the snow, fragrance comes naturally, the slanting moon crushes the sky. His first move was an extremely powerful killing move, and the sword momentum was beautiful, dazzling everyone who saw it. Yang Kai laughed loudly. I'll return your words to you. He made a strange gesture with one hand and slapped his palm towards the center of the sword momentum. When Shao Yang saw his son use this sword move, he was secretly praising him, but when he saw Yang Kai's move, his expression changed. Chapter 2764. As a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, Shao Yang's eyesight was not something a greenhouse flower like Shao Chun could compare to. With just a glance, he could tell that Shao Chun was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Shao Chen and Yang Kai were both able to break through to the Emperor Realm because of the Shattered Star Sea, so there was not much of a difference in time, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Chun'er, back off! Shao Yang shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. From within the sword curtain, a palm suddenly reached out and destroyed everything in its path. The sword curtain instantly withered, and even Shao Chen's sword intent was thrown into chaos. Shao Chun turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, the palm that destroyed his sword screen followed him like a shadow and was about to land on his chest. At the critical moment, a strong wind blew from the side. It was Shao Yang who came to the rescue. With a tap of his foot, Kai Yang's figure instantly came to a halt, allowing the wind to brush past his fingertips. Shao Yang stepped in between Yang Kai and Shao Chun and said with a dignified expression, Yang Kai, this king does not want to bully the weak, but he also does not want to fight with you. Can you cooperate? Yang Kai grinned, No. Shao Yang sighed lightly, Since that is the case, then I will offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. As he did so, the entire world seemed to be imprisoned and a buzzing sound could be heard from the void. Facing Shao Yang's grab, Yang Kai did not dodge and said casually, Master Shao, it is not that this junior is looking down on you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this junior here. Perhaps we will meet again someday. Space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai's figure suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an afterimage. Shao Yang's expression changed slightly as he broke through the afterimage and shouted, Space Divine Technique. Turning his head, Shao Yang Kai could no longer find any trace of Yang Kai. Shao Yang released his divine sense. Unable to capture Yang Kai's aura, Shao Yang Kai's face sank. He had personally taken action but still failed to stop Yang Kai. If this matter spread, no one would believe it. Originally, Shao Yang Kai thought that Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming's deaths were caused by the Monster King, but now it seemed there was a slight possibility that Yang Kai was the culprit. With the Space Divine Technique was a miraculous ability. The information also mentioned that this kid had the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell. No one knew how powerful the Mountains and Rivers Bell was. After all, a prehistoric unique treasure. Turning his head to look, he saw Shao Chen standing there in a daze. The hand holding the long sword was trembling incessantly, and his complexion was ashen. Being defeated by Kai Yang in one move was a huge blow to Shao Chun. Before this, he had always thought that he had just advanced to the Emperor Realm. He was a core disciple of Star Soul Palace and the son of Shao Yang. He had been trained since childhood and was an elite of Star Soul Palace. Among cultivators of the same level, he could be called an invincible existence. But now, His sense of superiority had been shattered by Yang Kai's palm. It was almost unacceptable. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Rather than bickering over temporary gains and losses, why bother? It's better to think about how to improve your strength. Xiao Yuyang said lightly. Xiao Qin trembled and finally came back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Father is right. Let's go." Xiao Yuyang stretched out his hand. "Where are we going?" Xiao Qin asked. "Azure Sun Temple." Xiao Yuyang replied and took the lead to fly out. He had been lying in ambush here and met Yang Kai. Then, Yang Kai's intentions were obvious. He was going to Azure Sun Temple. Since he could not stop him here, he would go to Azure Sun Temple to find him. No matter what, he had to end this matter. "Who are you? Stop right there." Not long after flying forward, two figures rushed in front of him. The leader shouted and blocked Yang Kai's path. Yang Kai had been in and out of Azure Sun Temple many times and naturally knew the rules. He immediately took out the Azure Sun Golden Token and threw it to the two guarding disciples. The leader took the token and his expression changed. Azure Sun Golden Token? This golden token was something only a few core disciples in the temple were qualified to have. Although they were also disciples of Azure Sun Temple, they were far from the core disciples. Looking at Yang Kai, they did not recognize him at all. He was definitely not one of the core disciples in the temple. The leader of the disciples immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you, little thief? How dare you pretend to be a disciple of our temple? Where did you get this golden token?" While talking, the two immediately summoned their artifacts and locked their auras on Yang Kai, ready to fight at any time. Yang Kai was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and the golden token was given to him by Gao Shueting in Maplewood City. It was not reported to the entire temple. So many disciples did not know Yang Kai at all. At this moment, seeing a stranger holding a core disciple's token, they were naturally very vigilant. Yang Kai said, "The token was given to me by Elder Gao. You can ask Elder Gao or the other elders. Just say that Yang Kai is here, they will naturally explain it to you." Yang Kai, the leader of the disciples, frowned and winked at the junior brother on the side, nodded and said, "Wait a minute." While speaking, he took out a communication artifact, presumably to report this matter to the higher-ups. After waiting for a while, the communication artifact shook, and the leader of the cultivators immersed his divine sense into it. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face. The elder's message was that this token was real, and this person named Yang Kai was also a disciple of the temple. "Sorry to offend you, brother." Since there was an order from the elder, the disciple guarding the mountain naturally did not dare to stop anything and immediately stepped aside. Elder Gao said that you should go to Myriad Saints Peak to find her. Yang Kai nodded and took back the golden token. When he passed by the two disciples, he suddenly said, "By the way, there will be two guys coming over later. Find a way to stop them for a while." Yes. The two disciples did not know the truth and immediately agreed. Myriad Saints Peak was one of the main peaks of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai flew to the sky and saw a white figure standing in front of the main hall from a distance, overlooking this side. The figure was like a white lotus, white and flawless. The fitting dress outlined the beautiful curves, and there was another small figure standing beside her. From afar, Yang Kai showed a smile and went over to greet her. Before he got close, the white figure suddenly raised her hand and a rolling sun-like mirror suddenly rose behind her head, like a blazing sun, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Emperor Artifact, Blazing Sun Mirror. Several scorching rays of light shot out from the mirror, turning into beautiful arcs, and instantly blasted in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked and summoned his myriad sword, using the defensive sword style to form a sword curtain in front of him. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the scorching rays of light were blocked by the sword curtain and could not move an inch, but Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again. After the rays of light were neutralized, a figure flashed in front of him and Gao Shueting suddenly appeared in front of him. She stretched out her jade hand, gently clenched it into a fist, straightened her middle finger, and knocked Yang Kai on the head. Yang Kai did not dare to dodge and took the hit head-on. With a bang, his head was knocked down, and his whole body became shorter. Elder Gao. Yang Kai touched the place where he was hit with an aggrieved expression. Gao Shueting coldly snorted and cast a sidelong glance at Yang Kai, saying, "Have you grown up? Now you dare to fight back?" "When did I?" Yang Kai looked wronged. "It was my instinctive reaction." "Do you know why I hit you?" Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly and said, "I haven't been back for a long time, so I must have made you worry." Gao Shueting snorted and said, "It's fine if you didn't come back, but you caused such a big mess and encountered such great danger. So why didn't you ask for help from the temple? Do you think the temple is an outsider, or are you an outsider?" Yang Kai immediately understood that she was referring to the Star Soul Palace, and he could not help but feel warm in his heart and chuckle. "Don't be so cheeky with me. Get down here." Gao Shueting reached out, grabbed one of Yang Kai's ears, and pulled him down towards Myriad Saint's Peak. "Die, die, die, die." Yang Kai tilted his head and held the Myriad's sword in his hand as Gao Shueting pulled him along. Even in the face of the great emperors and divine spirits, he could still stand straight, but at this moment, he did not dare to resist at all. He felt like his ears were about to be pulled off, and he loudly begged for mercy. Only when they reached Myriad Saint's Peak did Gao Shueting release her hand and slap the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai staggered and did not dare to speak. When he looked up and saw Wen Zishan, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Temple Master 1, good luck." The corner of Wen Zishan's mouth twitched as he looked up at the sky and turned a deaf ear to him. He kindly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai. "Little Shueting is very angry. Let her calm down first, or this temple master will not dare to speak to you." Yang Kai's face darkened as he cast a disdainful look at him. He turned his head and looked at the people beside him. Whether it was Deputy Temple Master Chiu Ran, Elder Qin Qian, Di Rong, or Yu Kuwen, they all turned their eyes away and ignored him. Only Gao Shueting stared at him coldly. Her gaze was like a sharp sword, as if she wanted to stab Yang Kai full of holes. Yang Kai obediently walked in front of Gao Shueting and said submissively, "Elder Gao, this disciple was wrong. Please punish me." Gao Shueting said indifferently, "What did you do wrong? Why should this elder punish you? By the way, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't saved me last time, this elder probably wouldn't have been able to get away safely." As she spoke, she actually bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly moved to the side. Gao Shueting adjusted her direction and bowed again. Kai Yang scowled miserably. "Elder Gao, what do you want? I'll agree to it." Gao Shueting immediately raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Since you've said so, this elder won't make things difficult for you. You only need to promise me one thing, and this elder will let you go this time." "Please say it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Become an elder of the temple." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said solemnly, "Elder Gao, this, you dare refuse?" A cold light flashed in Gao Shueting's hand as a sword immediately pressed against Yang Kai's neck. She gritted her teeth and said, "This elder has personally asked. Don't you dare refuse." Chapter 2765. Yang Kai was so stiff that he didn't dare to move. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead as he said with a serious face, "Disciple is saying that? I agree. You're worth teaching." Gao Shueting smiled and sheathed her sword. Only then did Vice Temple Master Chiu Ran and many elders step forward with a smile, cupping their fists and addressing Yang Kai as Elder Yang. Wen Zishan was also full of smiles. "Good, good. My temple has another elder. Congratulations. Congratulations. This temple master has decided to hold a grand ceremony in 5 days to announce it to the world." Yang Kai trembled and hurriedly said, "Temple master, there's no need for that. Disciple is now." Before he could finish, Wen Zishan patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You don't need to say more, I know." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but thousands of words turned into a sigh. He had killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. Although there was a reason for it, after all, he had gone against a behemoth like Star Soul Palace. Once he became an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely bring trouble to the temple. It was fine if this matter was done secretly, but Wen Zishan wanted to hold a grand ceremony to announce it to the world. Wasn't this clearly inviting trouble? Yang Kai was moved but also a little uneasy. If he really brought trouble to the temple because of him, it would be terrible. But Wen Zishan clearly knew this and still insisted on doing so. It was obvious that he wanted to protect him with the power of the temple. Gao Shueting said from the side, among the temple's disciples, once they advance to the emperor realm, they can become an elder of the sect and enjoy the authority of an elder. Xia Shang is one of them, so you don't have to feel burdened. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There's something I want to tell you. Disciple founded a sect some time ago." Oh? Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting looked at each other, quite surprised. The elders were also stunned. Disciple is now a temple master. If I become an elder of the temple, I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Wen Zishan nodded when he heard this, but Gao Shueting looked suspicious. Are you lying to us? You want to shirk the position of elder? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. It's the truth. Gao Shueting frowned and said, although you're a venerable sovereign and have the qualifications to establish your own sect, you're still young. Getting involved in these things too early won't do you any good in the future. Right now, you should focus on improving your cultivation. Thank you for your concern, Elder Gao. This disciple understands. However, this disciple has his own reasons for establishing a sect. Yang Kai nodded. Gao Shueting sighed and said, since you've already established a sect, you'll have to be careful. They couldn't just disband. How about this? Your sect will form an alliance with the temple. If there is anything you need help with, the temple can help you. The temple can even send some people to help you. That way, you won't have to worry too much about worldly matters. Yang Kai smiled and said, someone will take care of the sect's affairs. I don't need to worry about it. That's for the best. You're also a smart person. You should know that your own strength is the foundation of everything. Gao Shueting pondered for a moment and said, but since you're already a palace master, it's indeed inappropriate for you to become a divine hall elder. How about this? You can be a guest elder. What do you think, temple master? Wen Zishan smiled and said, whatever little Shueting says. Although a guest elder was also a kind of elder, they had more freedom and could come and go freely. It was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's previous status as a registered disciple. However, it was more noble. By the way, what's the name of your sect? Where is it located? Gao Shueting asked. Qiu Ran, Chen Qian, and the others also looked at Yang Kai with a curious look. High Heaven Palace, in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai grinned. The Northern Territory is so far away. Gao Shueting frowned. Azure Sun Temple was in the Southern Territory, while the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. The distance between the two was hundreds of millions of miles. Even if they formed an alliance, it would be useless. If something really happened to the High Heaven Palace, Azure Sun Temple would not be able to put out a nearby fire. How is the strength of your sect? How many disciples do you have? Yang Kai looked at Gao Shueting awkwardly and asked cautiously, Elder Gao, do you want to hear the truth? Or lies? I dare you to lie. Gao Shueting glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He replied, we don't have many disciples, just 100 or so. 100 or so? Gao Shueting nodded slightly. After all, Yang Kai had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago. Even if he had established a sect, it would definitely be a small one. It was already good enough that he could recruit 100 or so disciples. Sects were like rolling snowballs that slowly grew. As for strength, there are good and bad people. In the Emperor realm, there are 6 more besides me. What? Many elders were shocked. 6 more? Doesn't that mean there are 7 people in the Emperor realm? Are you sure there are only 100 or so people in your sect? The elders of the Divine Hall could no longer remain calm, and even Wen Zishan's eyes were wide open. A sect with more than 100 people actually had 7 people in the Emperor realm? What kind of sect was this? Wasn't this ratio a little too terrifying? One had to know that there were tens of thousands of disciples in Azure Sun Temple, but there were only a dozen or so people in the Emperor realm. Gao Shueting was even more stunned. She thought that Yang Kai's sect was just a small one, but now it seemed that this sect was quite amazing. Those 6, what are their cultivations? Yang Kai scratched his face and said, a First-Order Emperor Realm Chief Steward who handles the affairs of the sect for me. There is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Array Master, and a second-order Emperor Realm alchemist, asterisk hiss, asterisk a series of gasps sounded. On Myriad Saints Peak, everyone looked at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost. A sect with more than 100 people and 7 people in the Emperor Realm was already shocking enough, but according to Yang Kai's introduction, there was actually an Emperor Realm Array Master and an Emperor Realm Alchemist in the Emperor Realm. How is this possible? Even Azure Sun Temple did not have their own Emperor Realm Array Master and Emperor Realm Alchemist. Only the sects of the great emperors could have such a heritage. What about the other 3? Gao Shueting asked, her eyes filled with shock. Yang Kai tilted his head and said embarrassedly, "Those 3 are Monster Kings." Everyone was dumbfounded. Monster Kings. And there were 3 of them. Only those from the monster race whose strength was comparable to the third-order Emperor Realm were qualified to be called Monster Kings. In other words, any Monster King's strength was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple's Temple Master, Wan Zishan. The temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory precisely because of Wan Zishan's leadership. Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land were the same, each having a third-order Emperor Realm Master. However, in Yang Kai's newly established High Heaven Palace, there were 3 such powerful existences. With such heritage, except for the fact that there were no great emperors, and there were only a few great emperors in the Emperor Realm, in which aspect was it inferior to the sects of the great emperors? If such a sect were to develop and grow stronger, its sharpness would probably overshadow all the forces in the star boundary except for the sects of the great emperors. After a moment of shock, Gao Shueting suddenly said solemnly, "Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Yang Kai, how can you control those 3 Monster Kings? How can they be willing to listen to your orders?" Wan Zishan also nodded seriously. "That's right, you must be careful about this." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Disciple understands. You are not a reckless person. Since you understand, then we won't say anything more." Wan Zishan gently nodded and suddenly grinned, "But it seems that your High Heaven Palace is really qualified to form an alliance with the temple. It's just that it's a long way to go. What a pity. By the way, since your High Heaven Palace has such a heritage, where did you choose to base your foundation? The strength and development of a sect is closely related to its location, so you must not be careless. Disciple has snatched someone else's territory, so I don't have to worry too much about this matter." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Oh." Wan Zishan raised his eyebrows. "Which sect did you snatch? Although this temple master doesn't know many sects in the Northern Territory, I have heard of a few." Seeking Passion Sect. Wan Zishan's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, and even many of the elders' jaws dropped. Naturally, they all knew about Seeking Passion Sect. It was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. In terms of status, it was almost the same as Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had actually snatched Seeking Passion Sect's territory and established a sect there. In other words, Seeking Passion Sect must have been destroyed. On second thought, the High Heaven Palace had such a strong heritage that it was not impossible for them to destroy Seeking Passion Sect. Yes, Seeking Passion Sect's foundation must be extraordinary. Wan Zishan's face was covered in cold sweat. For the first time, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai. In the past, he only felt that he had great potential, so he tried every means to get him to join Azure Sun Temple and finally got him the identity of a registered disciple. But after not seeing him for a few years, this registered disciple had done such an earth-shattering thing. If it weren't for the huge gap between the 2 territories, this news would have already spread to the Southern Territory and shook the entire Star Territory. All right, let's cut to the chase. The coronation ceremony will be held in 5 days. There are still many things to be done. Gao Shueting changed the topic. He didn't dare to ask anymore. If he continued to ask, he was afraid that he would hear more shocking news. At this moment, Gao Shueting suddenly frowned and took out her communication artifact. After checking it, she raised her head and said, "Temple Master, Xiao Yang is here." Wan Zishan narrowed his eyes and said, "He came so quickly." Yang Kai said, "I met him on the way, but I got rid of him. He should be chasing after me." Wan Zishan nodded and said, "I know. Little Shueting, take him away." Gao Shueting responded and said to Yang Kai, Come with me. Yang Kai cupped his fists to the elders before flying away with Gao Shueting. Although he was not afraid of Xiao Yuyang, it would not be a good thing to meet him face to face at this time, so he simply avoided him. However, he had involved Azure Sun Temple in this muddy water, which made Yang Kai feel a little apologetic. After a while, Gao Shueting brought Yang Kai to Purple Bamboo Peak where she lived. On Purple Bamboo Peak, patches of purple bamboos were swaying in the wind. There was only one building on top of the huge Purple Bamboo Peak, which looked extremely deserted. This should be related to Gao Shueting's temperament. Chapter 2766. In Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, and this Purple Bamboo Peak belonged to Gao Shueting. If Yang Kai was appointed as an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would also receive such treatment, but the appointment ceremony was in a few days, so Yang Kai could only stay at Purple Bamboo Peak for a few days. The peak was deserted, and there wasn't even a maid. Gao Shueting arranged for Yang Kai to stay in a guest hall on one side of the peak, and after reminding him not to wander around, she turned around and left. Elder Gao. Yang Kai suddenly called out to her. Gao Shueting looked back. This disciple has something else to ask Elder Gao for help with, Yang Kai said solemnly. What is it? I want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Enter the Divine Ascension Mirror? Gao Shueting frowned. Why? The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's biggest secret. Yang Kai was able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world because he brought back a few star seals for the temple, making a great contribution. Although Yang Kai was now an elder candidate of Azure Sun Temple and qualified to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, this matter couldn't be taken lightly, so Gao Shueting naturally had to ask him clearly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and didn't hide anything, telling her about his agreement with Tianyin. Gao Shueting was shocked. You actually met that senior in the Divine Ascension Mirror last time? And you even made such an agreement with him? And Yang Kai nodded. I was just casually mentioning it at the time. After so many years, it's about time I gave him an answer. Gao Shueting was slightly absent-minded. I've heard from the Temple Master that there's an incredible master in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. I've entered and exited the Divine Ascension Mirror many times, but I've never had the chance to meet him. I never thought that you would be so lucky. Since there's an agreement, you should fulfill it. But that flesh incarnation pill isn't easy to obtain. The flesh incarnation pill has already been found. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gao Shueting's expression brightened. Really? Yang Kai smiled. I've already prepared all the materials. The alchemist master from High Heaven Palace will be able to refine the flesh incarnation pill soon. How confident are you? Gao Shueting asked nervously. Although this was the first time she had heard of the flesh incarnation pill, she knew that it was definitely not easy to refine. Even if an alchemy master were to personally refine it, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Yang Kai said, I forgot to tell Elder Gao that I am the Pill Emperor of the High Heaven Palace. He is the fifth disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded. After a while, she said in shock, You've abducted the personal disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills to become an alchemist in your sect? He was too bold. It was already shocking enough that there was an alchemy master in Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace. Who would have thought that this alchemy master had such a great background? He was the fifth disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would have to treat him with respect. What Gao Shueting couldn't figure out the most was why the great emperors of wondrous pills would agree to such a thing. However, if the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors were to personally refine the flesh incarnation pill, then there should be no chance of failure. If you wanted to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror during normal times, it wouldn't be difficult, but now, Gao Shueting suddenly frowned. Now what? Yang Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting said, You're not an outsider. There's no harm in telling you. Right now, someone is using the Divine Ascension Mirror and can't be easily disturbed. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for you to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror now. Yang Kai had a surprised expression on his face. Among the people he had seen on Myriad Saints Peak before, almost all of the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple were present. Who else was using the Divine Ascension Mirror? Moreover, they couldn't be disturbed. It seemed that the person using the Divine Ascension Mirror had an extraordinary status, No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he couldn't think of such a person in Azure Sun Temple. I'll talk to the temple master about this and see if we can think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If it really doesn't work, just wait for a while. After all, it's been so many years since your agreement with that senior. You don't have any ready-made flesh incarnation pills on hand. All right, Yang Kai nodded. Now that things had come to this was all he could do. After asking about Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Zhao's situation, he learned that the two of them had been in secluded cultivation ever since they returned from the Shattered Star Sea and showed no signs of coming out. Yang Kai also gave up on the idea of looking for them to reminisce. The two of them were also core disciples of Azure Sun Temple and were future pillars of the sect. However, they were slightly weaker than Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang was able to break through his shackles in the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao didn't have such an opportunity, but they had also gained a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. This time, they entered secluded cultivation with the resolve to not come out until they broke through to the Emperor Realm. After Gao Shueting left, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large box that seemed to be made of fine iron appeared in front of him. Flying Great Ink Dragon Armor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to take a closer look at this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor he obtained at the Purple Source Auction until now. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai gently stroked the artifact armor in the box. In an instant, a roar suddenly came from the box. Black chi quickly overflowed from the artifact armor and gathered into a mass, turning into an inky flood dragon that sat on top of the box and glared at Yang Kai with its gong-sized eyes. Heh! Yang Kai looked up at the inky flood dragon phantom and grinned. According to the introduction of the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, this flying Great Ink Dragon armor was refined from the skin of an inky flood dragon. Inky flood dragons were extremely rare and were known for their strong defensive power. When it was refined, the inky flood dragon's monster core should have been integrated into it, which was why the inky flood dragon soul appeared at this time. In other words, this flying Great Ink Dragon armor seemed to have an artifact spirit. This kind of artifact was refined from the body of a powerful monster beast and could perfectly integrate with the monster core soul. Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce didn't mention this point. Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid of affecting the value of this artifact armor in the eyes of the bidders. Although the value of an artifact spirit was much higher, it also depended on what kind of artifact spirit it was. The artifact spirit of the flying Great Ink Dragon armor was the Inky Flood Dragon soul. Although the Inky Flood Dragon was a flood dragon, it had the bloodline of the dragon race. Such an artifact spirit was not something that ordinary people could subdue. Just like when Yang Kai touched the flying Great Ink Dragon armor at this time, the Inky Flood Dragon's soul artifact spirit suddenly appeared. If he didn't refine this artifact spirit and make it recognize him as its master, it would be impossible to display the artifact armor's effect. The huge Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit almost solidified, and the reflection of Yang Kai in its eyes was as small as an ant. But in the next moment, an oppressive and high-pitched dragon roar came from this ant's body. Golden light burst out, and the golden divine dragon's source strength leisurely swam out. A golden dragon even larger than the Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit suddenly emerged from behind Yang Kai's head. The Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit, which should have been a dead object and had no sentience, strangely showed a look of fear and lowered its head slightly. The golden divine dragon's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the Inky Flood Dragon to involuntarily shrink back into the box. The bloodline suppression of the dragon race was a strange and magical phenomenon. No other race could imagine how terrifying this suppression was. Just like how Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance when facing Zhu Qing. All existences who were tainted with the Dragon Clan's bloodline had to bear this indelible shackle while obtaining great power. If it were another third-layer Emperor Realm Master, even if Zhu Qing could win, it would not be too easy, but if she were to face Li Jiao, she could easily take his life. Are you afraid? Yang Kai grinned like a villain, staring at the Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit and said, "If you're afraid, then scram back to me and serve me, otherwise, I'll destroy your soul." It was unknown whether the Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit understood, but when Yang Kai's voice fell, the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit actually shrank back, the rich black chi dissipating and merging back into the artifact armor. At the same time, on Myriad Saints Peak, led by One Zishan, the elders of Azure Sun Temple were waiting solemnly. Two streams of light flew over quickly and landed in front of everyone, revealing the figures of Xiao Yang and his son. Xiao Chun greets Temple Master Wan and greets seniors. Xiao Chun cupped his fists and bowed. Although he was arrogant in front of his peers, he had a good upbringing after all, so he did not lose his manners on this occasion. When Zishan smiled and nodded, young Master Xiao is considerate. He then cupped his fists and said to Xiao Yang, "Brother Xiao, long time no see." Temple Master One. Xiao Yang responded solemnly. Although he was a member of Star Soul Palace and was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he did not dare to be careless in front of a temple master like One Zishan. Before Xiao Yang could speak again, One Zishan spoke first. "Brother Xiao has come at the right time, just in time for a joyous occasion in my temple. Brother Xiao must stay in my temple as a guest for a few days." Joyous occasion? Xiao Yang frowned. What joyous occasion? When Zishan said, "It's like this. My temple is preparing to confer an elder in 5 days. If Brother Xiao does not mind, please stay for a cup of wine." Hearing this, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Temple Master One, as far as this king knows, among the several core disciples of your noble sect, Xia Shang has already broken through to the Emperor realm and is now an elder. The others are all in retreat and will not come out for a while. The person you want to confer an elder isn't the one I'm thinking of, right?" Wen Zishan asked suspiciously, "Oh? Who is Brother Xiao thinking of?" Xiao Yang said word by word, "Yang Kai." Wen Zishan was surprised. "Brother Xiao is really clever. You can even guess this. I admire you." Xiao Yang shouted angrily, "Temple Master One." Seeing him pretending to be confused, Xiao Yang Chi was speechless. Wen Zishan chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao shouldn't have guessed this long ago. So you came to congratulate us in advance, right? That's very thoughtful of you." The veins on Xiao Yang's forehead throbbed as he quickly said, "Brother One, you and I have known each other for many years. This Xiao advises you not to draw fire to yourself." When Zishan couldn't help but squint, "I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying. My temple is only conferring an elder. How is that drawing fire to myself?" Xiao Yang stared at Wen Zishan and said, "That boy killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. Temple Master One must know about this." Wen Zishan was shocked. "That's impossible, right? Tanjun Hao is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Wu Ming is a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Yang Kai is just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he kill them? This is absolutely impossible. Is there some kind of mistake?" Xiao Yang sneered. "More than 20 sects from the Southern Territory have conferred together. How can this be false?" Chapter 2767. When Zishan said, "What else did the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm testify about?" Xiao Yang frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "Tanjun Hao used his goo insect technique to control them and make them enemies with Yang Kai, but unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai. Wu Ming helped the tyrant and also died on the spot. Tanjun Hao acted in such a despicable manner and ruined the reputation of the Divine Palace. His death is not to be regretted." When Zishan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Xiao Yang and said, "In that case, Yang Kai also cleaned up the Star Soul Palace, so the Divine Palace should be grateful to him. Brother Xiao, are you here just to thank Yang Kai? If so, there is no need for that. Elder Yang's action can be considered as eliminating evil for the people. The Divine Palace is too polite." Xiao Yang sighed softly and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master One, Tanjun Hao is an elder of the Divine Palace and a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. His death is not a trivial matter. It concerns the face of the Divine Palace." When Zishan smiled slightly and said, "Of course it is a big matter, but with the testimony of the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm, does it not prove anything?" Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "I'm afraid Yang Kai will have to come back to the Divine Palace with me." When Zishan showed a troubled expression and said, "I'm afraid that won't do. Yang Kai is now considered an elder of the Divine Palace, and the coronation ceremony will be held in a few days. If he is taken away by you, won't the Divine Palace become a laughingstock?" The divine palace's face is face, and the divine palace's face is also face. Xiao Yuyang said, Temple Master Wen also said that the coronation ceremony is in a few days, so Yang Kai is not considered an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. Who said so? When Zishan grinned and turned back, little Chen Qian. Chen Qian did not say a word and raised her hand to release hundreds of talismans, which turned into streams of light and flew in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She then cupped her fists and said, Temple Master, this subordinate has informed the Southern Territory's sects and families about the coronation ceremony in 5 days. And Wen Zishan nodded slightly. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened. Wen Zishan, do you know the consequences of this? Wen Zishan's expression instantly turned solemn. He said calmly, Yang Kai is a member of my divine hall. Even if the divine palace wants to take him away, it will have to get the approval of my divine hall. Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and also raised his hand to send out a talisman. I have already reported this matter to the great emperors. As for how to deal with it, the great emperors will decide. When Zishan had made it clear that he wanted to use the power of the sect to protect Yang Kai, so even if he had a falling out with Wen Zishan, he would not be able to take away Yang Kai. He could only report this matter and wait for news. When Zishan's expression finally changed, but he still smiled and said, the great emperors are wise and will naturally provide a fair solution. Since you are a guest, why don't Brother Xiao stay in my temple for a few days? Very well, I'll have to trouble you then. Xiao Yuyang nodded lightly. Please. In the side hall of Purple Bamboo Peak, accompanied by a crackling sound, the black ink dragon armor was draped over Yang Kai's body, adding a majestic aura to his appearance. After the appearance of the golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai found that refining this flying great ink dragon armor was surprisingly easy. It was even easier than refining an ordinary Dao source grade artifact. Now that the artifact armor was draped over his body, it fit him perfectly and was extremely flexible. Even if he used the dragon transformation secret technique, he would not have to worry about it breaking. The only thing that made Yang Kai a little dissatisfied was that the waist area of the artifact armor was missing a lot. The Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact had dropped a grade and could only display the power of a low-rank Emperor-grade artifact. It was enough. Yang Kai did not buy this artifact armor for its defensive power. He just wanted an artifact that could allow his body to expand after dragon transformation. Whether it was Emperor-grade mid-rank or Emperor-grade low-rank, it did not make much of a difference to Yang Kai. However, the shape of this artifact armor was still very much to Yang Kai's liking. After wearing it, it was as light as a feather, and after covering it with a layer of clothing, there was nothing special about it at all. After inspecting it for a while, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the flying great ink dragon armor. Although Purple Bamboo Peak was full of world energy, it was located in a remote area and few people would come here. Gao Shueting came back a few times, but she saw that Yang Kai had been in retreat. She did not disturb him. 5 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Gao Shueting pushed open the door and entered, alarming Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw a group of 4 or 5 women coming in under Gao Shueting's instructions. Looking at the clothes these women were wearing, they should be disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Get up. Gao Shueting greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood up and asked suspiciously, what is this for? Gao Shueting gestured to the female disciples as she explained to Yang Kai, I'll help you tidy it up. Today is your big day. Yang Kai sneered, you speak as if I'm getting married. Seeing Gao Shueting's cold face, his smile disappeared, and he obediently followed Gao Shueting's arrangements. Sitting on a chair next to him, a female disciple immediately walked behind him and combed Yang Kai's hair gently. Another female disciple half squatted in front of him and carefully tidied his beard. Gao Shueting stood aside and explained to Yang Kai the process of today's conferment, as well as many things to pay attention to. Yang Kai asked curiously, isn't it a guest elder? Why is there such a big fuss? He thought it was just a formality, but looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. Don't worry about it. Just cooperate. Gao Shueting urged. Yang Kai nodded and obediently sat there without moving. He closed his eyes and rested, taking Gao Shueting's words to heart. Several female disciples surrounded Yang Kai and served him. From time to time, they would secretly look at him and click their tongues in amazement. They were surprised that the temple would suddenly confer an elder, especially when they heard that this new elder was about the same age as their big brother Xiaosheng. After all, Xiaosheng's reputation in the temple was not ordinary. Who knew how many female disciples adored him? Now that they looked at Yang Kai, he didn't seem inferior to Xiaosheng. In fact, he was even more handsome. Being served at such a close distance made the hearts of the female disciples pound and their imagination run wild. After a full 2 hours, Gao Shueting dismissed the female disciples and asked Yang Kai to stand up and walk around a few times. After looking at him for a while, she nodded slightly. Yang Kai, who was wearing a purple robe, lacked the vigor of a young man but had more calmness, which made him look more like an elder. "Let's go." Gao Shueting waved her hand and took the lead to fly forward. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Originally, Gao Shueting wanted to tell Yang Kai not to be too nervous, but when she probed him with her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai's face was completely calm. He didn't look nervous at all, so Gao Shueting didn't bother to remind him. She knew that Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a lot of big scenes. Although the conferring ceremony was extraordinary, it wasn't enough to shock him. On the myriad saints' peak, the crowd was like a tide. All the guests were arranged on both sides of the square and sat according to their status and cultivation. There weren't many people, only 200 people, but these 200 people represented almost all the sects in the entire Southern Territory. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple were busy shuttling back and forth between the various seats, constantly pouring wine and offering delicious delicacies. The familiar faces of the Emperor realm were exchanging toasts with each other. It was very lively. It was a rare scene to see so many masters gathered together. Even when Xiaosheng was conferred the title of Temple Elder, there wasn't such a big scene. After the event, the temple sent a message to the forces it was on good terms with to announce this matter. But when it came to Yang Kai, it was a scene that everyone in the Southern Territory knew about. This was because time was short, otherwise, there would have been more guests. Xiao Yuyang and Xiao Chun sat together at the head of the table. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, there were naturally people who came to propose a toast, but after Xiao Yuyang casually dealt with a few people, he closed his eyes. The rest of the people were too embarrassed to go over. No one dared to say anything. Suddenly, the gong and drum sounded 3 times, and the whole place quieted down. The guests who were shuttling back and forth quickly took their seats. Pairs of eyes looked in the same direction. On the other side, 2 groups of cultivators flew over, one male and the other female. The men were all handsome and heroic, while the women had picturesque features, elegant and refined. All of them were dressed in pure white robes, and all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. Their auras were pure and vigorous. The 2 teams of men and women opened the way for a beautiful ship behind them. On the deck, Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like he was riding the wind. Gao Shueting stood not far behind Yang Kai with a solemn expression. After landing on the top of Myriad Saints Peak, the 2 teams of men and women immediately scattered to the sides. The ship stopped, and Yang Kai and Gao Shueting flew down together. In an instant, countless eyes looked at Yang Kai, all of them looking at him curiously. A guy named Yang Kai had killed an elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace. This matter had spread like wildfire in the Southern Territory in recent days, and those who didn't know about it now knew that this person was the protagonist of today's Azure Sun Temple canonization ceremony. Those who didn't know Yang Kai were naturally curious. What kind of bold guy dared to kill an elder of Star Soul Palace? At a glance, they found that Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master and couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. They secretly felt that the rumors were wrong. How could such a cultivator kill Tanjun Hao? They were afraid that he couldn't even take a single blow from Tanjun Hao. Some people looked at Xiao Yuyang cautiously. Xiao Yuyang was now an elder of Star Soul Palace, so everyone was naturally curious about his reaction after seeing Yang Kai, but to everyone's disappointment, Xiao Yuyang still closed his eyes and didn't say a word. What was the Azure Sun Temple doing? Canonizing a guy who killed an elder of Star Soul Palace as an elder? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Many people couldn't understand. The process of the canonization ceremony was actually not complicated. After all, everyone was a cultivator, and there was no need for so many formalities. Yang Kai walked forward step by step under the guidance of Gao Shueting, ignoring the curious gazes on both sides, and walked all the way to Wan Zishan. When Zishan smiled, stretched out a finger, and tapped on Yang Kai's head. Then, one by one, he read out the rites and duties that Yang Kai should perform after becoming an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Chapter 2768. After half an hour, Wan Zishan finally finished reading. He retracted his hand and looked at Yang Kai. "Do you remember this king's words?" Yang Kai replied solemnly, "I remember." "Very good." When Zishan nodded with satisfaction and gestured behind him, Qinqian, who was standing behind Wan Zishan, immediately held something and handed it to Wan Zishan. "Take this elder jade disc. Yang Kai, from now on, you are an elder of my Azure Sun Temple. You will advance and retreat with the temple and live and die together." "Yes, Temple Master." Yang Kai held the elder jade disc with both hands and immediately returned the Azure Sun golden token to Wan Zishan. From this moment on, Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. The jade disc was not big and very light, but Yang Kai felt it was heavy in the palm of his hand. What was heavy was the care and protection of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. Sacrifice to the heavens. When Zishan waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Roar!" A beast's roar resounded through the sky. Looking in the direction of the beast's roar, they saw Qiu Ran flying over with a cage in his hand. A majestic beast was imprisoned in the cage. The beast was an ape-shaped demonic beast. Its back shone with a golden light, as if it was cast from gold. Even though it was imprisoned in the cage and had a restrictive power on its body, it still exuded a monstrous aura. It kept ramming its body against the cage, but it was unable to break free. It kept roaring in anger. "Golden-backed heaven-piercing ape!" Someone exclaimed. On the square, many people in the Emperor Realm's faces changed. The Elder Conferring Ceremony was the last ceremony. It was also a bridge for the newly promoted Elder to show one or two divine secret techniques in public, so that everyone could see the strength of the newly promoted Elder. Generally speaking, the monster beast chosen in this segment was neither strong nor weak. If it was too strong and failed, it would be a laughing stock. If it was too weak, it would not be able to show the ability of the newly promoted Elder. However, Azure Sun Temple chose a monster beast like the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape this time, which was really surprising. Although the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was a 12th order low-rank monster beast, which was only equivalent to a 1st order Emperor Realm Master, if they really encountered such a monster beast, they could only flee at the sight of it. This was because this monster beast's defensive power was astonishing, and its recovery speed was also very strong. If an ordinary 1st order Emperor Realm Master wanted to kill it, they would have to go all out. Even so, they might not succeed. No matter how they looked at it, if they were to meet with the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, would he be able to successfully complete the sacrifice ceremony? Many people muttered in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would make a mistake and make Azure Sun Temple a laughingstock. If that happened, there would be no end to this matter. But there were also speculations. The monster beast's strength should be restricted so that it would be easier for Yang Kai to kill it. Just as everyone was wondering, when Zishan nodded slightly to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran made a few hand seals and suddenly removed the cage, imprisoning the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape. With a flash of light, even the seal was undone. Roar! An increasingly terrifying murderous aura burst out. Once free, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon swimming in the sea. Its aura soared as it pounded its chest with both fists, making thumping sounds as its red eyes swept around. Many people were shocked, and their hearts were filled with horror. The golden-backed heaven-piercing ape had completely lost its restraints, and in its rage, it could unleash its full power. Now, a 1st order Emperor Realm Master was no match for it. Only a 2nd order Emperor Realm Master could suppress it. What is Azure Sun Temple doing? Wan Zishan has been astute all his life. Why did he become confused at this time? Something went wrong in the sacrifice ceremony. Isn't this a joke to the world? With a flash of sword light, Yang Kai was already floating in the air. Previously, on Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shueting had explained all the segments to him clearly, so he knew what to do in this heaven worship segment. He didn't put a trivial 12th order low-rank monster beast in his eyes. He summoned the myriad sword and pointed it at the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, his murderous intent locked onto the monster beast. As if it had sensed Yang Kai's murderous intent, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape immediately looked back. With a demonic chi rolling around its body, it roared and rushed toward Yang Kai, wanting to tear Yang Kai to pieces. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A stream of light suddenly shot from a distance, as fast as lightning, piercing through the body of the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape and pouncing directly in front of Yang Kai. "Who is it?" Wen Zishan shouted, wanting to rescue him, but it was already too late. With a crisp clang, the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand flashed, and his figure was blasted back, retreating a full 300 feet before stabilizing his body. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not until this time that when Zishan stood in front of the stream of light, Gao Shueting also came to Yang Kai's side in an instant, shielding him behind her, her beautiful eyes staring vigilantly at the newcomer. Asterisk pong. Asterisk with a muffled sound. The golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, which was still full of vigor a moment ago, suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist, dripping in midair, not even leaving a corpse behind. Everyone was dumbfounded and stood up together. No one had expected that someone would come out to cause trouble during the last segment of the ceremony. Moreover, that person had killed the sacrificial object in an instant. Not only that, he had also injured the main character of today's ceremony. This was a public slap in the face of Azure Sun Temple. How could this be tolerated? However, to be able to turn a 12th order monster beast golden-backed heaven-piercing ape into a cloud of blood mist in one blow, this cultivation was shocking enough. Among all the people in the Emperor realm present, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could do this. Who dared to be so arrogant? Looking over, everyone could not help but be stunned, faintly feeling that today's coronation ceremony would not end peacefully. Elder Shui. When Zishan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the newcomer, his tone low and his face a little ugly. The person who had come was actually Elder Shui Jingmao of Star Soul Palace, something Yang Kai had not expected. After all, Xiao Yang was already here. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, one of them was enough, so what was Shui Jingmao doing here? Moreover, he came to make trouble on such an occasion, not giving Azure Sun Temple the slightest bit of face. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Yang, but saw Xiao Yang frowning slightly, as if he knew nothing about this matter. Temple Master Wan. Shui Jingmao replied faintly, his gaze sweeping past Wan Zishan and falling on Yang Kai, saying, "You are Yang Kai? You took a blow from this old master and are fine, but come with this old master first." As he spoke, he directly reached out to grab Yang Kai. When Zishan's expression became angry as he raised his hand and slapped towards Shui Jingmao. "How dare you?" Shui Jingmao shouted as he changed his hand into a palm and collided with Wan Zishan's attack. Shockwaves swept out and the void collapsed as both sides took 3 steps back. They were evenly matched. "Elder Shui, this king respects you as a guest, but you came to capture my temple elder. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" When Zishan coldly snorted, Shui Jingmao said, "You are a temple elder? Wen Zishan, you are getting worse and worse. Don't you know how much trouble this boy has caused? How dare you protect him? Do you want to ignore the foundation of Azure Sun Temple? I wonder what kind of trouble Elder Yang has caused to make Elder Shui so angry? This king would like to ask for some advice." Wen Zishan did not back down. "I won't argue with you about this. Today, I must take Yang Kai away." Shui Jingmao coldly snorted, his attitude tough as he turned to look at Xiao Yang and said, "Elder Xiao, what do you say?" As soon as this statement came out, Wan Zishan's expression changed slightly. Although he was a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master, he could only deal with one person of the same cultivation level. If Xiao Yang had the same idea as Shui Jingmao, then Yang Kai would not be able to escape today. Even if Azure Sun Temple and the Emperor Realm worked together, they would not be able to stop him. Xiao Yang frowned and said, 5 days ago, I reported this matter to the great emperors and am waiting for the great emperors to decide. When Zishan was relieved, it was a good thing for him that Xiao Yang did not intervene. He was not afraid of Shui Jingmao alone. Shui Jingmao didn't get the answer he wanted, so he seemed to have some complaints about Xiao Yang, but both of them were elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one was more powerful than the other. Even if he was unhappy, he couldn't say anything, so he turned to Wan Zishan and said, Temple Master 1, the appointment ceremony hasn't been completed yet, so Yang Kai isn't considered an elder of your temple yet. Hand him over to this old master so I can take him away. This will only bring benefits to your temple, no harm. When Zishan shook his head and said, although the ceremony has not been completed, Yang Kai has received the Elder Jade Plate. Who dares to say that he is not an elder of the temple? You are so stubborn. Must you wait until the great emperors are angry before you bow your head? Shui Jingmao shouted angrily. When Zishan chuckled and said, the great emperors are wise and powerful. How could they be angry over such a thing? Maybe they will even reward Elder Yang for cleaning up the temple. How dare you? Shui Jingmao's face turned pale. When Zishan said coldly, if you want to take Elder Yang away, you will have to go through this king first. Do you really think I won't dare to attack you? Shui Jingmao gritted his teeth and shouted, didn't you already attack me before? Wan Zishan retorted. These two third-order Emperor Realm Masters continued to argue back and forth, neither of them willing to back down. Their anger grew more and more intense, as if they would fight at any moment, causing the guests present to tremble in fear and sweat to drip down their backs. If these two were to fight, it would certainly be a lively scene, but perhaps they would be dragged into it as well. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Please calm down. Both of you are the mainstays of the Southern Territory. You see each other all the time, so why be so angry? Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple stood up and tried to persuade them. That's right. Both of you should not be angry. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Song Yuan also stood up and said, Heavenly Marshal Holy Lands Chun, when Hao quickly said, didn't Elder Xiao say that he is waiting for the great emperor's decision? It has already been 5 days, so it shouldn't be long before the great emperors make their decision. Why is Elder Shui so anxious? Shui Jingmao frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, good, then this king will wait here for the great emperor's decision. I want to see how you, Wan Zishan, will protect that little brat when the time comes. Saying so, he glared at Xiao Yang. He was also very angry about today's matter. He thought that if he stepped forward, Yang Kai would definitely be captured, but he didn't expect Wan Zishan to not give him any face. More importantly, he didn't know that Xiao Yang had already reported this matter to the great emperors. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted like this. In any case, the great emperor's decision would be issued soon. With the great emperor's order, how could Wan Zishan dare to resist? Chapter 2769. Come, take a seat. Wan Zishan waved his hand, feeling relieved. No matter what, it was good to be able to calm Shui Jingmao down. No rush. Yang Kai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. When Zishan looked at him in astonishment, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai asked, Temple Master, do you have any spare sacrificial beasts? When Zishan smiled bitterly and shook his head, it was not easy to find a 12th order monster beast, otherwise, its 12th order monster core would not be so expensive, especially now that they were pressed for time. Where would they find another one? The goldback heaven-reaching ape that appeared earlier was personally captured by Wan Zishan from the Barren Mountains. Unfortunately, before Yang Kai could make a move, he was killed by Shui Jingmao, causing the crowning ceremony to be unable to conclude, making it very awkward. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows and said, since there is no spare, I can only offend you. Wan Zishan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked subconsciously, what are you going to do? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from where he stood. Wan Zishan's expression changed drastically as he vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intention and turned his head to look at Shui Jingmao. Sure enough, he saw Yang Kai's figure suddenly appear in front of Shui Jingmao and slash at him with his sword. On the tip of the sword, there was a terrifying 300-meter-long sword chi that seemed to want to shatter the void. Shui Jingmao was also shocked and raised his hand to strike back. As his vigorous Emperor Qi surged, the sword Qi shattered and Shui Jingmao's figure swayed. "How dare you sneak attack this old master?" Shui Jingmao shouted, his nose crooked in anger. He was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master and an elder of Star Soul Palace. Yet this young man sneak attacked him without saying a word? Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, he would have suffered a loss. But no matter what, being ambushed in public caused Shui Jingmao to feel slightly embarrassed, and the flames of rage in his heart surged. "I'm just returning the favor." Yang Kai sneered. He abandoned his sword and quickly formed a seal with his hands. The principles of time leisurely pervaded the air, and the law of time rose and fell. Everyone felt a sense of unreality at this moment, as if time had stopped flowing. Even his thoughts paused for a moment. At the same time as the flowing time great emperor struck out, a golden light burst out from his right eye, and a budding lotus flower flashed. The enraged Shui Jingmao's body stiffened, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. A huge lotus flower bloomed in front of him. He was horrified. How could he not know that he would fall into Yang Kai's trap if he was not careful? However, this soul secret technique seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. Was this really a soul secret technique that a first-order Emperor Realm Master could use? He bit the tip of his tongue, and the tingling sensation woke him up for a moment. He pushed his spiritual energy with all his might to resist the influence of the blossoming lotus secret technique. His vision cleared up, and the huge lotus flower disappeared. When he looked up, he was covered in cold sweat. In that moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was about to hit his chest. He didn't know what was so mysterious about this palm, but it gave him a feeling of extreme unease. He wanted to resist, but he found that his thoughts had become extremely slow, and even his movements were no longer coherent. As he shouted, the aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out, and before he could do anything, the palm had already landed on his chest. His body and mind, which had just recovered, once again showed a momentary pause. At the same time, Shui Jingmao's counterattack landed on Yang Kai's chest. A visible dent appeared on Yang Kai's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out, and his face turned pale. He resisted the urge to make a sound, grabbed the floating myriad sword, and slashed at Shui Jingmao's chest. Chi. Sword light flashed. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his original position. His body swayed slightly, and his face was as pale as paper. With a gulp, he forcefully swallowed the blood rolling in his chest, and an abnormal flush appeared on his face. This series of movements was too fast for the eyes to take in, and there was also the interference of the time principle. So, it wasn't until Yang Kai hurriedly retreated that everyone regained their senses. They all looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Wan Zishan had a look of shock on his face. Xiao Yu Yang had already stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. "I sacrificed the blood of my enemy to the heavens." As Yang Kai shouted, the myriad sword shook, and a bloody mist suddenly burst out from it, filling a large part of the void. Ceremony complete. Qi, at the same time, blood actually sprayed out from Shui Jingmao's chest. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they suddenly gasped. A wound that was around 30 centimeters long had actually appeared on Shui Jingmao's chest. His flesh and blood were torn open, and fresh blood flowed out. Shui Jingmao couldn't believe that he had been injured by a first-order Emperor Realm Master. He was completely stunned, staring blankly at the blood spurting out from his chest. After a while, his whole body shook, and he reached out to his chest, stopping the blood from flowing out. He glared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Junior, you court death." It was a great shame and humiliation that he had been injured by a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Of course, he had underestimated his opponent, but it was undeniable that this little brat called Yang Kai was quite strong. Otherwise, if it had been any other first-order Emperor Realm Master, no matter how much he underestimated his enemy, he wouldn't have been injured. But at this moment, in front of so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, how could Shui Jingmao keep his face? His murderous intent surged like a tide, and Shui Jingmao was truly enraged. When Zishan stood in front of Shui Jingmao at the right time. Although he was shocked that Yang Kai could injure Shui Jingmao in an instant, he also knew that Yang Kai had paid a great price. Shui Jingmao's counterattack had definitely injured Yang Kai's inner palace, and Yang Kai seemed to have used several powerful secret techniques to surprise him. If Yang Kai were to fight Shui Jingmao alone, Wen Zishan didn't think that Yang Kai had any hope of winning. Get lost. Shui Jingmao roared, going completely crazy. Wen Zishan said, Elder Shui, you launched a sneak attack first. Elder Yang is just giving you a taste of your own medicine. As a senior, Elder Shui won't be so stingy, right? Shui Jingmao's face darkened as he immediately remembered what Yang Kai had said before about returning the favor. It was indeed so. When he arrived, he launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai without saying a word. How could he not allow others to launch a sneak attack on him? But this matter absolutely couldn't end like this. He couldn't swallow the anger in his chest. Turning his head and staring to the side, Shui Jingmao called out, Elder Xiao. Xiao Yuyang sighed, took a few steps, and instantly came to Shui Jingmao's side. Now that things had gotten to this point, it was no longer something that he could just stand by and watch. This was not only related to Shui Jingmao's own face, it was also related to the face of Star Soul Palace, so he had to stand with Shui Jingmao. Entangle Wen Zishan. This old master wants that little brat dead. Shui Jingmao transmitted. Xiao Yuyang replied, It's not a problem to entangle Wen Zishan, but you can't kill that little brat. You underestimate this old master? Shui Jingmao's chest was filled with anger, like a brewing volcano that could erupt at any time. It was just this old master being careless just now. I'm not underestimating you. That little brat is proficient in the Space Divine technique. Without a perfect arrangement, no one can take him down. Space. Divine technique. Shui Jingmao's eyes narrowed as a sense of powerlessness welled up in the depths of his heart. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, he was no stranger to the Space Divine technique. In the past, a guy named Li Wu offended the Flower Shadow Great Emperors and was chased down by the Great Emperors. In the end, he escaped with his life, relying on the Space Divine technique. Later, the martial beast came forward to intercede for him, and the Flower Shadow Great Emperors let him go. Until now, Li Wu was still alive and well, living freely on Spirit Beast Island. If Yang Kai was really proficient in the Space Divine technique, Shui Jingmao really couldn't do anything to him. Shui Jingmao frowned as he was in a difficult position. The two great elders of Star Soul Palace stood side by side, and everyone's expression changed. Wen Zishan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples from the Emperor Realm surrounded Yang Kai tightly, their faces full of vigilance. No one expected a crowning ceremony to turn out like this. Elder Shui, Elder Xiao, do you insist on this? Wen Zishan said in a low voice, Although my temple is not as good as Star Soul Palace, we are not pushovers. Xiao Yuyang didn't say a word, and neither did Shui Jingmao, who just glared angrily at Yang Kai. The other guests who came to watch the ceremony were all on tenterhooks, fearing that the two sides would really fight. Once Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple shed all pretense of cordiality, the entire Southern Territory would be in turmoil for a while, and it wouldn't be good for anyone. An oppressive and tense atmosphere spread throughout the hall, and the younger generation brought by the Emperor Realm were all sweating and pale. Stop! In the distance, a soft shout came. The voice was crisp and pleasant, and seemed to have a magical power that made people's tense nerves inexplicably relax. The moment he heard this voice, Xiao Chen, who was staring at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, suddenly woke up and immediately looked to the side with bright eyes. He saw a ribbon come out of thin air, and a beautiful woman with picturesque features stood on the ribbon. There was a red cinnabar between her eyebrows, and her black hair was combed into a double moon bun with a few strands of long hair hanging in front of her chest. She wore a light yellow dress, which made her look more elegant and refined. With a light tap of her jade foot, she landed lightly on Myriad Saint's Peak. Princess! Xiao Chun cried out in surprise. Hearing Xiao Chen's shout, how could everyone not know the identity of this person? Shocked, they all stood up in unison and cupped their fists. Greetings, Princess Lan Sun. The Emperor Realm masters of the older generation were still fine as their temperament and cultivation were far superior. So even though Lan Xun was extremely beautiful, they only caught a glimpse of her beauty. On the other hand, the younger generation who had come with their elders to attend the ceremony, regardless of whether they were men or women, all stared at Lan Xun in a daze, especially the men, who all revealed looks of adoration, their eyes filled with nothing but Lan Xun's dazzling beauty. Chapter 2770. Lan Xun was the daughter of the great emperors. Not to mention the fact that she was beautiful enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Even if she was ugly, if one could win her favor, they would have to struggle a few hundred years less. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qin's face suddenly sank. He snorted softly and took the initiative to greet Lan Xun. When he got closer, he showed a gentle smile and said softly, "Princess, why are you here?" Lan Xun gently nodded at him as a greeting. Then her face turned solemn and her red lips opened slightly. "By order of the great emperors, I am here to pass on the oral decree of the great emperors." Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this. Although there were 10 great emperors in this world, the great emperors mentioned by Lan Xun were undoubtedly the master of Star Soul Palace, the Bright Moon Great Emperors. They were also the stabilizing force of the entire Southern Territory. Just as the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were respected in the Northern Territory, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were also respected in the Southern Territory. We respectfully welcome the decree of the Great Emperors. When Zishan's expression was solemn as he shouted. Many guests also looked solemn and listened attentively. Lan Xun said, "This is not the place to talk. Would Uncle Wen please prepare a secret room?" She was obviously saying that there were too many people here, but the guests who came to watch the ceremony did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. To some extent, Lan Xun now represented the Bright Moon Great Emperors, so who would dare to be disrespectful? "This way, please." When Zishan turned sideways and gestured to the back, Lan Xun nodded slightly and took the lead to walk towards the palace in front. When she passed by Yang Kai, she paused and turned her head. "Brother Yang, come here." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward to follow. Lan Xun's appearance here was definitely related to him, so he had to follow. Xiao Yang and Shui Jingmao looked at each other and also followed behind Lan Xun. Xiao Chun, the flower protector, naturally did not fall behind. After a while, a group of people entered the main hall. When Zishan waved his hand, the door immediately closed. Lan Xun stepped onto the high platform of the hall before turning around and looking down at the 3 great emperors. The 2 juniors, Yang Kai and Xiao Chun, stood on opposite sides. With a smile, Lan Xun looked at Yang Kai and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang. From today onwards, you are an elder of Azure Sun Temple." As soon as this statement came out, both Xiao Yang and Shui Jingmao frowned. The information revealed by these words made them vaguely aware of something. Yang Kai said, "Your Highness is too polite." Lan Xun said angrily, "Brother Yang, why are you being so formal? Little sister Little Seven and I are as close as sisters. You treat Little Seven like an elder brother, so just call me Lan Xun." How dare he? Xiao Qin immediately widened his eyes. How could any random man enjoy such an intimate address? He and Lan Xun grew up together, and until now, he had only called her that in private. When there were outsiders, he still maintained the distinction between seniority and inferiority. Since Lan Xun said so, then I won't be unreasonable. "Congratulations on your promotion to the Emperor Realm." Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chun as he spoke. It almost made him explode with anger. The 3 great emperors present, on the other hand, were all taken aback. First, it was Lan Xun's attitude towards Yang Kai. Second, it was Lan Xun's words. A person who could make Lan Xun treat him like a sister was definitely not an ordinary existence. "Little Seven?" Xiao Yang murmured. Could it be the girl from Spirit Beast Island? Shui Jingmao and Wan Zishan suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They did not expect Yang Kai to have a relationship with the princess of Spirit Beast Island, and from what Lan Xun said, it was not an ordinary relationship. "It's that girl from Spirit Beast Island." Lan Xun covered her mouth and smiled. "I'm afraid the few of you don't know, but little sister Xiao Qi and senior brother Yang are very close. Previously, when I went to Spirit Beast Island with my father, That little girl even asked me about senior brother Yang. Unfortunately, brother Yang is a mysterious dragon, so I couldn't tell her anything. She was very disappointed. With the relationship between Imo Shaoqi and Lan Sun, even if she knew about Yang Kai, she probably wouldn't tell her. Lan Sun's words were plain, but they set off stormy waves in the hearts of the third-stage emperors. Imo Shaoqi herself was nothing, but the one above her could not be ignored. That was an existence on par with the great emperors of Bright Moon. Yang Kai and Imo Shaoqi had such a good relationship that it was equivalent to climbing the towering tree that was Spirit Beast Island. If they wanted to touch him, they would have to think twice. The great emperors of Bright Moon doted on Lan Sun very much, and the martial beast also doted on Imo Shaoqi very much. If their own girl whispered something into their ears, even the great emperor's ears would soften. At this moment, Shui Jingmao couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Yang Kai before. Otherwise, he might not be able to clean up this mess. Tan Junhao's matter could only be dealt with by the great emperors. With a thought, Shui Jingmao asked, "Princess, what instructions do the great emperors have?" Although he had some guesses, he still had to ask. Wen Zishan and Xiao Yuyang also looked up at Lan Sun. Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she said, "Tan Junhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, not only did he fail to set an example for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory, he even went against the law and harmed the Southern Territory's emperors. Wu Ming acted as an accomplice to the villain and aided the tyrant. The great emperors have already investigated this matter, and the death of these two is not to be regretted. The great emperors have ordered that the matter of Tan Junhao and Wu Ming ends here. No one is allowed to cause any more trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yuyang and Shui Jingmao cupped their fists and bowed. "We obey the decree of the great emperors." When Zishan grinned and cupped his fists, "Great emperors are wise. Great emperors are mighty." Yang Kai also said, "Many thanks, great emperors." He was completely relieved in his heart. Those who could become great emperors were really broad-minded. With this order from the great emperors, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about anything in the future. However, it stood to reason that Star Soul Palace should be grateful to Yang Kai for killing Tan Junhao and Wu Ming, but these were all trivial matters. After all, Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory. Although there was a reason for the killing of their elders and deacons, it was already magnanimous of them not to pursue the matter. How could they still be grateful? "There is one more thing that Father has entrusted me to discuss with Brother Yang." Lan Sun's gaze turned and fixed on Yang Kai. Everyone keenly grasped the change in the way she addressed the great emperors in her words. Since Lan Sun's arrival, she had always addressed him as the great emperors, but just now she had changed it to Father. In other words, the matter to be discussed next was not as the great emperors. "May I ask what it is?" Yang Kai asked. Lan Sun said, "Father wants to know where Tan Junhao's golden-armored heavenly book is now." As soon as she said this, everyone in the hall focused their eyes on Yang Kai. Obviously, all the third-layer Emperor Realm Masters present knew about the golden-armored heavenly book and the existence of this Emperor artifact. Although there were many Emperor artifacts in the Star Boundary, there were only a few famous Emperor artifacts. For example, the Mountains and Rivers Bell in Yang Kai's hand was an ancient exotic treasure that even the great emperors coveted. Although Tan Junhao's golden-armored heavenly book was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not an ordinary emperor artifact, but a top-grade one. Yang Kai frowned as a bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart, but he finally said, "The golden-armored heavenly book is with me." Saying so, he took out the golden-armored heavenly book and held it in the palm of his hand. The dazzling golden light instantly attracted the attention of several pairs of eyes. Lan Sun nodded and said softly, "It's like this, Brother Yang. Father hopes that you can return the golden-armored heavenly book to me and bring it back." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's face sank as he understood that his hunch had come true. He was well aware of the power of this golden-armored heavenly book. When he was fighting Tan Junhao, if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would have only needed to display the full power of this golden-armored heavenly book. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have had to pay a much greater price. Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up such a good treasure. Moreover, He had refined the golden-armored heavenly book for a while and could use one or two divine secret techniques, so he was very fond of this thing. Now, Lan Sun wanted him to return it with just a few words, which was really unacceptable to him. If he did not return it, there would be no benefits. But he knew that since this was a negotiation, Star Soul Palace would never use force. Looking up at Lan Sun, Yang Kai wanted to hear what she had to say next. The golden-armored heavenly book is Brother Yang's spoils of war. Logically speaking, my Star Soul Palace has no right to ask you to hand it over. However, Brother Yang knows that this golden-armored heavenly book is not only an Emperor artifact, but also the key to open a sealed world in my Star Soul Palace. The key to open a sealed world? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes. Lan Sun nodded slightly. My Star Soul Palace has a sealed world called the Great Illusionary Realm. It is an independent small world that can only be opened by the golden-armored heavenly book. Elder Xiao and Elder Shui also know this. Xiao Yuyang and Shui Jingmao both nodded, indicating that Lan Sun was telling the truth. Great Illusionary Realm. I know about this sealed world. When Zishan also echoed, I just didn't expect that this sealed world would require the golden-armored heavenly book to open. In the past, this sealed world was under the control of Tan Jun Hao, so the golden-armored heavenly book is in his hands. If we lose this key, the sealed world will never be able to be opened again, which will be a huge loss to my Star Soul Palace. That is where many disciples of my Star Soul Palace go to experience and cultivate, and now there are dozens of disciples trapped in it and unable to come out. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai sincerely. So, in any case, Lan Sun hopes that Yang Kai can return the golden-armored heavenly book. Before I came, my father told me that if Brother Yang can return the golden-armored heavenly book, you can choose one of 3 conditions and Star Soul Palace will satisfy you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. What 3 conditions? If Star Soul Palace really wanted to take back the golden-armored heavenly book, Yang Kai would have to pinch his nose and accept it. But now Lan Sun actually proposed 3 conditions, which made him feel a lot better. First, Star Soul Palace will compensate Brother Yang with 200 million source crystals, high-rank source crystals. Lan Sun said. When Zishan's expression changed when he heard this. 200 million high-rank source crystals, this was not a small number. An ordinary Emperor artifact was worth 10 to 20 million, and a better one was 30 to 40 million. 200 million was a very reasonable number. The golden-armored heavenly book, as an Emperor artifact, was certainly not worth that much, but it was the key to a sealed world, so its value was much higher. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.